Good morning and welcome, at least in virtual form, to the Cato Institute's 2021 Surveillance Conference. The fact that we're doing this virtually, I think, is an illustration of how much, even more than ever before, we are now reliant on network communications to socialize, to work, to study, to do all the activities of life that have now shifted more than ever to this kind of virtual form. And that makes issues of digital civil liberties and surveillance perhaps more pressing than ever before. So I'm very excited about the program we have lined up today, where we'll explore the increasing role and influence of the surveillance industrial complex of private sector firms doing traditional intelligence work, of surveillance of students by schools in an age of remote learning, about the critical importance of anonymity to flourishing online free speech, among a number of other things, including what should be a pretty interesting live Internet of Things hacking demonstration this afternoon, which I hope folks will stick around for. But to kick us off, I am beyond thrilled to be able to welcome back to the Cato Institute the probably foremost champion of privacy and civil liberty in the United States Senate, the senior senator from the great state of Oregon, who's held that post for some 25 years, and has been just an absolutely consistent champion of privacy and individual rights against a consistent drumbeat of claims that we can be made safer and more secure if only we will surrender a little bit more of our privacy. He is continuing that proud tradition by sponsoring the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, which is designed to limit the circumvention of traditional warrant requirements by use of private data brokers. It gives me really incredible pleasure to be able to welcome Senator Ron Wyden.
Julian, thank you, and thank you in particular for continuing at Cato and your organization to prosecute the case in a bipartisan way, because that's what we really need. Now, I do want to make one point before we get to the topic at hand. The Fourth Amendment is not for sale. Given the allegations that have come out about Customs and Border Patrol surveilling and spying on journalists, I have called for the Inspector General to give an unredacted report on these allegations, for Congress to do a full investigation into the matters that have been raised. And I believe now it's time for Congress to pass my Journalist Shield Law, so that journalists have protection when they call the facts as they see them. So with that, let's get off to the races on the Fourth Amendment is not for sale. As you know, this is about the government using its credit card to erase the constitutional rights of Americans. And Rand Paul, Steve Daines, and Mike Lee have joined me in this bipartisan bill to end an outrageous end run on the Fourth Amendment. But Majority Leader Schumer, Judiciary Chair Nadler, Chairman Leahy, Senator Warren, and a host of other Democrats join in this effort, which is why, Julian, I make the point about prosecuting this case in a bipartisan way. Now, this is one of the most important issues with respect to surveillance and privacy, and it's being fought on a new front, one that many Americans, including many in Congress, know virtually nothing about. Multiple federal agencies, including the Internal Revenue Service, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, have purchased Americans' data without any court oversight at all. Now, the heart of the problem, in my view, is the Electronic Communication Privacy Act. Came from the 80s. It only protects data held by companies with whom consumers have a direct relationship. So we'd be talking about Google, Facebook, Apple, phone companies, AT&T, Verizon. They are all covered. These companies can only share our data, your data, with the government under a strict set of circumstances, which usually require a court order. This would include metadata. So while ECPA doesn't require a warrant for the government to demand our metadata, it does require a court order, one that is easier to get. It still has to be authorized by an independent judge for disclosures of most metadata. So Congress in '86 strictly regulated government surveillance involving tech and telecom companies, at least those providing services to the public. It did nothing to prevent them from sharing your metadata with third parties. ECPA contained loopholes that allowed telecom and tech companies to share and sell to other companies metadata about the web pages we read, the apps that we download, and the places we go. Once a tech or telecom company sells our information to somebody else, it's basically open season. Data broker gets this information, and that information has no protection under ECPA or the third-party doctrine. So shady middlemen, and these are people essentially above all kinds of regulation, can sell our personal information to the government without any kind of court order. So that's loophole one. Another is technology infrastructure companies aren't covered by ECPA. So when somebody uses Gmail, sends an email to a user of Yahoo Mail, that email will likely pass through several companies that own or operate fiber optic cable cell towers and internet exchanges. These infrastructure companies are also not covered by federal privacy law, so they can share or sell our metadata to the government. So you see the wide expanse of relevant agencies that are essentially in 2021 not covered by a law passed in the 80s. So this is something I've cared about for more than a decade. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I have access to classified information about the intelligence community, other parts of the government, and I'm able to see, and I want to emphasize this, this is another case of what we've talked about over the years, Julian, I, Cato, others, secret interpretation of the law, secret, in order to legislate and conduct oversight. But I'm often not able to reveal the details of what I've learned. So some of you remember the battle, the Orwellian interpretation of Section 215, the fight with the NSA, the security agency. Part of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which NSA used for years to obtain in bulk phone records about millions of Americans' communications, has long been a concern. The government has adopted a twisted ruling of the law and gotten the nation's top secret surveillance court to sign off on it. All this happened while the public was in the dark. Now, I'm a firm believer, and I've said this at Cato, that while it can be very necessary to keep the sources and methods of surveillance secret, the law and how the government interprets it should never be kept secret from the American people. So on this particular problem, companies selling, again, your data to the government, we're pushing on two fronts. First, we're investigating the sale of Americans' location data and have been since 2018. Our first target's been the phone companies, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Sprint, and we caught them selling data to these sleazy data brokers that let prison guards and local law enforcement agencies track any phone in America without any kind of court order at all. Investigative journalists soon discovered the same data brokers were also selling location data to bounty hunters, used car salespeople, and would-be stalkers. Based on our work, and I really, again, want to commend the diligent, persistent work of journalists, the Federal Communications Commission fined the carriers $200 million. And I do single out the journalists. Most folks know my dad was a reporter. He always said, you know, be persistent, follow up. Journalists have in this area. And so we've had a win for consumers and their privacy, but now the wireless carriers are fighting the fines and arguing that they have the legal right to sell enormous amounts of their customers' data. Beyond wireless carriers, there are plenty of other corporations selling location data collected from American phones. The advertising technology industry has picked up the slack, so to speak. Tell you how this works. When you install a smartphone app, let's say a weather app, and it asks you for permission to access your location data, third-party data brokers are able to piggyback on that permission and collect information from your phones, which they go on to sell. These data brokers typically pay app developers a fee for the data they go out and siphon off. In February of 2021, the Wall Street Journal reported that Vental, a shady data broker in Virginia, was buying location data generated from smartphone apps. They packaged it up for access through an easy-to-use website and sold access to government agencies for thousands of dollars a pop. Vental has sold data to CBP, ICE, the DEA, and the IRS. So far, we've confirmed that the IRS and CBP have used the tool without any kind of court supervision, and they've used it to track Americans' phones. And just last week, I succeeded in pushing the utility companies to end their practice of letting data brokers sell their customers' private information to law enforcement agencies and private investigators. So this is a shameless end run around the Fourth Amendment. These agencies would need a court order to obtain location data from AT&T and Verizon or from Google and Facebook, but they've just exploited the data broker loophole. And Vental isn't the only company. There are several data brokers involved in this industry, and they are the target now of our ongoing oversight investigation. It is still not clear why these agencies have been able to get away with this, why they've been able to buy location data from any source after the Supreme Court's Carpenter decision. The court didn't create a special exception to the Fourth Amendment for data brokers or allow the government to bypass the courts as long as they were out there using the credit card and paying for information. I've asked several government agencies for copies of the legal opinion they have been relying on to use this data without a court order. And I want people following this discussion to know we won't give up on this until we get some answers. These companies need to be shut down, and Congress needs to step up to prevent the government from using a credit card instead of a warrant. That's really what this is all about in one kind of policy. Now, friends shouldn't filibuster friends, so I'm going to just wrap up with a couple of points on how we end the shady practices. First, I really urge all of you to talk to your legislators about what Senators Paul and Daines and Lee and the majority leader and Chairman Nadler and Senator Warren and Chairman Leahy, what we're all talking about, because we've got significant support for the Fourth Amendment is not for sale. Really pleased to have so many organizations across the philosophical spectrum. Let's go get more. It would essentially ban the government from buying or otherwise obtaining information from a data broker that would otherwise require a court order. In my view, it is essential to prevent these data brokers from basically acting like termites and chewing through your constitutional rights, the framework of our basic fundamental rights as citizens. If passed, the bill would be the strongest protection for Americans' privacy in a century. So I really urge all of you to mobilize, to get involved, urge your elected officials to pass the bill and put up a big win on the board for the Constitution. Second point, restoring a system that puts our rights and freedom first is going to take change across the government. Legislation must recognize that technology should empower individuals, not the state or major corporations at that individual's expense. Courts must rule based on the original values of the Constitution and not these outdated ideas with respect to what technology is all about. And the executive branch has to realize that all-encompassing surveillance of our own people, whether by the NSA or purchased from a data broker, is going to make our country less secure and weaker when we want to be stronger and more secure. So the vision that I have described this morning is not going to be easy to secure. This battle has never been a walk in the park. And it isn't going to be done solely by political figures, politicians in Washington, D.C. I've always felt, and you can go back to our big, battles, PIPA, SOPA, the list goes on and on. It's the early wins we got. Political change doesn't start in Washington, D.C. and trickle down. It's just the opposite. It's grassroots up. So Julian, Cato, look forward to joining you in these fights, these crucial fights, not just on the Fourth Amendment is not for sale, but on so many of these issues. And I appreciate the chance to start the program and look forward to the day when we'll be back together and doing all this in person. I think that's something that has support across the political spectrum as well. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Senator Wyden. It will be a pleasure to be able to have you back very soon in person and along with an audience.
Take care.
Thanks again. We will just have to gather our speakers for then our first panel, starting in just a minute or two, which will cover the growing and ominous surveillance industrial complex and the question of how much intelligence work and surveillance work can be outsourced to private firms without undermining vital principles of accountability and transparency. We'll be back in just 1 minute. Thank you. Okay. Great. For our first morning panel, I know we have biographies on the site in full, so I will try and be mercifully brief. And I want to just preface this by saying if you have questions for our panelists, you can enter those in the chat on our website, on YouTube, on Twitter using the hashtag CatoSpyCon. So to keep this feeling like a proper conference, please think about questions for our speakers and submit them digitally, and I will relay them to our panelists. For this first morning panel to discuss the growth of the surveillance industrial complex and its many facets, I'll be moderating, and we'll be joined by, to my left in person, the excellent Dana Priest, author of, she's an investigative reporter for the Washington Post, and co-author of Top Secret America, an account of the explosion and reliance on intelligence contractors with top secret clearances. Behind me, Kashmir Hill, who is for a long time been one of our most incisive writers on privacy and surveillance, starting with a little blog from a while ago called The Not So Private Parts, and now having, by way of Forbes, arrived as a technology reporter for the New York Times. And she's briefly delayed, but joining us very shortly will be Professor Tomas Reed, who is one of the planet's foremost experts on cybersecurity and cyber war, and author, among other things, of Cyber War Will Not Take Place, and most recently, Active Measures, a history of disinformation and psychological warfare. So let's begin in just a moment with Dana Priest and Kashmir Hill. So I guess we should start with your most recent reporting. The NSO group has recently been declared a persona non grata by the State Department, was found to be, this is a group that provides, in a sense, surveillance and malware services to governments around the world. Their software was found on a wide range of human rights activists and journalists' phones. Can you describe a little bit what you found in your investigation and why people should be concerned about that, and why it's so unusual to see a private company doing what you would imagine would be the work of a not very pleasant regime's intelligence services?
Okay, well, this was a really unusual investigation by 19 media organizations, mostly in Europe, and then the Washington Post, a partner in India and Mexico. And it really needed to be worldwide because the sale of Pegasus spyware by the NSO group, which is an Israeli group of former members of the cyber unit of their intelligence agency, the 8200 group. It really is a company that sells largely to countries that can't develop their own spyware. So we're seeing, just like we did 30, 40 years ago, the proliferation of arms, Stinger missiles, things that were at the time very innovative. You know, how we saw them flood the market in the South, in countries that couldn't develop them themselves. We're seeing that same thing with the spyware that's very sophisticated. In fact, it's so sophisticated that it calls itself military grade, and it needs the approval of the Israeli Ministry of Defense to be sold to any particular country. And that's because Israel needs to make sure that this, whatever country is in Israel's interest to sell such a weapon to. Really, it is a weapon. And then it was created, say the developers, to find and enable the capture of terrorists and criminals. So nobody would be against that. But we're seeing it being used in the Gulf states, in Mexico, in India, by Morocco, against civil society. And in particular, what we discovered, and it was very painstaking because we had to do forensics on people's phones. So initially, we had just 37 phones that we got people to give us to download the contents of, and to have Amnesty International's security lab look at them. We found human rights defenders, many journalists, lawyers for the human rights groups, and then activists, peaceful activists, pro-democracy activists, and opposition political figures, especially in Mexico and India. Then, as the story was first made public and named a number of countries, for instance, France, that apparently Morocco had spied on, we had indications that the Moroccans had used this equipment against French officials. So France looked at their phones, and they, within a month or so, announced that they had found that Pegasus had penetrated, or had attacked, rather, the phones of 5 ministers. So, of course, France was a little bit upset about this, and Macron asked for a session with Israel. The same thing happened in the UK, where there were some politicians who were surveilled. The same thing happened in the US, even though at that time we had no indication that any of the equipment was used against US numbers, against the +1 numbers, and we still don't really. But recently they found that the State Department found that 11 employees at the Ugandan embassy were attacked by Pegasus. So it's an evolving story. It's a story that has many countries looking at its own phones, at its own, and also at the intelligence agency's purchase of Pegasus, because of course it wouldn't necessarily be widely known within a particular country who is the operator. So, for instance, in Hungary, which initially denied that they had ever bought Pegasus, even now, about a month ago, admitted that yes, they did, and they were using it. No big surprise, but pretty worrisome, against a group of journalists who were particularly tenacious, doing a lot of political corruption coverage. And then we find out a number of people inside their own government. And Mexico, too, which was the first purchaser of Pegasus that we've documented, and the most frequent user of it, has said they're doing an investigation. And there in Mexico, it's internally used, whereas some states, for instance, we believe Saudi, the UAE, are using it internally, but also externally. Morocco would be on that list as well. So against people inside who are dissidents, but also dissidents abroad. And we have some belief that some of those states are working as proxies for other states in some instances.
And so has this, in a sense, changed your own, approach to your communication security? I mean, discovering the sort of shocking breadth of penetration?
Yeah, absolutely. The way that we had to conduct this was very laborious for those of us who really don't like to have to use, cumbersome OPSEC, as they would call it. Yeah, we had to create, I can't go into it much, but we had to create our own secure system to communicate that was different than our laptops and our cell phones. And then, in the US, we weren't that worried about it, but definitely some of our partners in Hungary, we had a couple partners who were actually penetrated by Pegasus, in Azerbaijan, in Mexico, in Hungary again. This little teeny group of investigative reporters called Direct 36, 2 of their reporters had been attacked by Pegasus, and yet they were not only willing to cooperate with the investigation, but they've continued to do some of the best work inside Hungary. So it was a unique experience working on it. I wouldn't say again that I've changed a lot of practices. I always recommend that people try not to use this technology, that they try to get together with people. That's the surest way to defeat electronic surveillance, but it's difficult, especially during COVID. But I wanted to say one more thing, which is this, to me, is the evolution of what we documented in Top Secret America, which was that this technology, these contractors, they all grew up in the era of 9/11. And as a result of 9/11, the result of first the US government just throwing money, the Congress throwing money at the intel and military agencies in order to make sure another attack never happened, and yet don't grow government, God forbid. So who do you turn to? Contractors. And as we saw, more and more contractors within government said, or more and more people within government said, why am I working here when I can make twice as much doing the same thing and no accountability or less accountability for contractors? So we saw, and that's what we documented in Top Secret America, this huge proliferation all over the country in certain pockets. We called it an alternative geography of the United States because they were all, these contractors were clustered around the big agencies. And we are seeing the use, the repurposing of military equipment, military tools that were used on the battlefield. The battlefield is not there in the same way that it was. The companies don't want to shut down, and they're finding other ways to use their equipment. And it's everywhere. It's largely unregulated in outside of the United States, outside of Europe. I think even Europe recognizes it has a big problem with regulating some of the companies that originate in Europe and Israel as well, which I'd like to talk about later more because there's a particular twist that's very interesting when it comes to Israeli companies.
Okay, I'm interested in making it to circle back to that, but I want to turn to Kashmir because speaking of being worrying about being monitored by the very company you're reporting on, I know Kashmir has done excellent work on a little company called Clearview AI, which specializes in face recognition, and has, in a sense, found herself being roped into the story. Cash, what you can sort of, I guess, explain to people who may not have heard of it what Clearview is and how you became involved in reporting on them.
Yeah, so Clearview AI is kind of is a different type of creature. It's in that cluster of surveillance contractors who have collected data in mass and made it searchable. So kind of like an automated license plate reading company or a drone company that's doing aerial footage, except Clearview AI went online and collected billions of public photos. The time I wrote about them, it was 3 billion. They now say they have over 10 billion and essentially made them searchable by face because facial recognition algorithms have just gotten so much better in the last decade than they were thanks to neural net technology. And so they created this tool where you take a photo of somebody and it'll show you all the photos they have in their database that they also think are that person. And so this can be useful to leading back to someone's identity. And Clearview AI was originally planning on selling its tool to private industry. It thought it would be a great tool for, the hospitality industry or real estate firms to vet the people that are walking into the lobbies. But at some point they met with police officers and police officers said this would be an amazing tool for us. And so they started selling it to local police departments. And this is kind of an inversion, I think, of what usually happens with kind of surveillance or military equipment, that it trickles down from the military or from federal agencies to local police departments. Clearview AI actually climbed it up from local departments to federal agencies, which is kind of fascinating. But yeah, so when I first started, I feel like Dana is going to laugh about this because when I first started investigating Clearview AI, I am a person who usually writes about corporate privacy, consumer privacy. I don't usually report on surveillance companies. And when I first started reporting on Clearview AI, there was very little about them publicly available. I was able to track some people who seemed connected to the company, but no one would talk to me. And so at first I was able to learn very little about the company because they wouldn't talk to me. So I knew that police officers were using the tool. So I started trying to figure out which police departments were using it and connecting with police officers, detectives, asking about the tool, how they used it. And there I found people who were actually very willing to talk to me. The first person was a detective in Gainesville who does financial crimes. And so he basically, if somebody goes to an ATM, pulls money out, and has done so fraudulently, pulling from somebody else's account. So they have a photo of him. And he said, this has been great. It's identifying so many people that I haven't been able to identify previously because they weren't in state databases, and this facial recognition tool works, so much better than the tools I've been using before. And he's like, and I said, well, I'd love to see what the results look like. Like, could you do that? And he said, sure, send me your photo and I'll run it and I'll show you the results. And so I sent him my photo, and I sent him 3 photos actually, because he had told me it works well in many different ways, like whether somebody's wearing sunglasses or has a hat or their face is partially covered. Excuse my fingernail polish, my 5-year-old painted my nails. And so I sent the photo to him. He'd been so excited to talk to me before this, but as soon as I sent him the photo, he stopped responding to any of my messages. He wouldn't take my phone calls. And so I kept talking to other detectives. I talked to another detective in Texas, and he said the same thing. I'd love to show you what it's like. Send me your photo. So I sent him my photo, and he ran it through the tool, which is just an iPhone app. And he said, oh, you don't have any results. There are no photos of you that are getting pulled up. And I said, that's so strange because there's a lot of photos of me online. And he said, yeah, it must be a bug. Maybe their servers are down. And then he also stopped talking to me. And it wasn't until the 3rd time that this happened that I figured out what was happening. Sent a photo to somebody, they ran my photo, there were no results. And then the officer got a call from Clearview AI within 10 minutes of running my photo. And the person asked, why are you talking to a New York Times reporter? Why are you running this woman's photo? And they shut down his account. And it made me realize that Clearview AI, while they were kind of refusing to talk to me, they were monitoring me because they had flagged my face. And so this was, kind of alarming for me that I was, my reporting and my sources were being tracked this way. I also felt like an idiot having asked people to run my photo in the first place. But it also meant that Clearview AI had access to every face that law enforcement was running and the ability to block somebody from having results, which is quite a huge power for, a facial recognition vendor that is now used by, I think, thousands of different agencies. So, I felt like an idiot in a way, but it was a very illustrative idiocy.
I mean, it occurs to me there's a version of this, right, that is a nice story where, they're saying, hey, why are you running the photo of a New York Times reporter? That's potentially inappropriate or abusive. But it sounds like that's not what you think was going on.
Well, when I asked, I eventually the company started talking to me. And when I interviewed Juan Tontat, the CEO of the company, he's a developer, grew up in Australia, moved to San Francisco during the kind of the internet boom there, developed apps, used to do like iPhone games, and he did Facebook games, iPhone games, photo app, where you could put Trump's hair on anybody that was in your photo. I mean, really kind of silly things before hitting upon this very powerful and popular tool, popular for law enforcement at least. I asked him about this. I said, I had this problem where my photo wasn't having any results. He said, oh, that was just a bug, and we fixed that now. And he ran the app on my face during our interview, and it pulled up many photos. And then actually this was before COVID, but I did cover my face with my hands like this, and he took another photo. and it still did pull a number of photos. Facial recognition really has grown quite powerful. But yes, so he said it was, he said it was a bug.
The bug that yielded a phone call, apparently.
Right.
Very sophisticated.
But yes,
bug.
but we kind of talked about it more. We talked about it more after that, and he said that yes, they do feel they want to have some kind of monitoring, that they recognize their tool is powerful, but that the monitoring they're providing now is to the agencies, making sure that there's a trail that police departments can audit. That you have to have case numbers associated with different searches, et cetera, so that police officers aren't just using it when they're out at a bar on the weekends to figure out who somebody is.
I mean, so I guess it's better than them not doing something, although you wonder how would they, detect it if someone is, for example, running a photo of a romantic partner without kind of creepily detailed knowledge. But, it occurs to me that this implies, okay, so it would be good if they were looking at something like that, but also that, this would effectively entails sort of outsourcing the oversight function here to the company itself. So we're sort of asking, ideally, right? You imagine these are the executive agencies that are using these tools, and then oversight by other elements, ideally independent elements of the public sector. Here you have the company that is, selling this tool and presumably wants to continue to be able to sell it, using its own, I suppose, discretion and to try and conduct that oversight. Is that something that worries you? And to what extent is are they in a kind of a unique position to do that in a way that might displace other forms of oversight? I mean, would a local government be able to do the same kind of thing without robust assistance from Clearview?
Well, I think for Clearview AI specifically, it's been a real learning curve being a government contractor as opposed to what they originally planned to be, which was in grocery stores helping to identify customers so clerks could greet them by name. And so the oversight that they're doing now, they are creating oversight for the departments to do. I don't think that they are trying to scan the photos for abuse anymore. They're creating mechanisms so that departments can do it. And so then it's just a question of whether the departments are, auditing the use of the tool or not. And yeah, it's I talked to ICE is one of the agencies that started using the tool very early on. They use it as it often happens with these surveillance tools. It starts with the children. They were using it in their CSAM unit to try to identify abusers that were in photos with kids. And I talked to the director of that unit, who they eventually ended up buying Clearview AI. I think that they now have a $500,000 contract with the company. And, she says that they do a lot of oversight, that you have to make special requests to use this tool, that they will, only use it for some types of use cases and not others. And at the time I talked to her, which was last year, she said basically she had to approve like any use of Clearview AI, which is interesting. I mean, I actually think the fundamental question of Clearview AI is a difficult one. I mean, it is such a superpower to be able to see someone's face and pull up all the other photos of them online. It is radical, it is transformative, it is something we have not been able to do before. At the same time, it is just Google. It's Google for someone's face. Instead of looking for somebody by name, you're looking for them by face. There's no real private information here. It's just pulling up public images. And so in the people that I talked to about it within law enforcement, some are very kind of scared of the public perception that they're abusing of face recognition tools. And so they have, stringent processes, but other people just say, this is just Google. Like, I don't understand why it's such a big deal.
I have a question. You know, when you marry up that capability with the publicly funded surveillance cameras that are everywhere now, you know, it sounds like another way, it sounds like an equivalent to DNA or fingerprinting. And both of those require some process to get a, you know, a civilian to turn over that. So my question is, in police departments, are there rigorous rules? Are they using some kind of process to say, you cannot search for this person's face unless you have probable cause or something?
There are not a lot of rules around facial recognition. So it really seems to vary from department to department. The way Clearview AI got its start, and this was very surprising to me, though now I understand it's kind of standard with local police departments, but is Clearview AI ran ads in, for example, Crime Dex, a listserv for financial crime investigators, and just said, try Google for faces, you know, stop searching, start solving, try Clearview AI for free. And you would just send the company, you know, your email address. And if it was associated with a police department, they would just send you the app and let you download it and start using it. And so initially, the officers who were using Clearview AI were just doing so very independently. And I mean, probably did not know the rules, because typically with, you know, the state databases or the national databases, the FBI's national database, DMV photos, there's a whole special unit, facial recognition unit, that you send photos to, and they come back to you with results. And so I think something that has happened as a result of Clearview AI getting so much attention is that those units have kind of sucked up Clearview AI into their oversight, into their domain, and that it's not something just any officer can have on their phone. But that is, initially, it was just officers getting it on their phone and trying it out on photos they had of suspects they hadn't been able to identify.
Wow. I mean, this is, you know, you think of the sort of Silicon Valley catchphrase, you know, people try to move fast and break things. That is the idea that, you know, often tech companies aim to, you know, launch something that's sort of so novel that the kind of rules are not in place for it yet. So it's you know, sort of disruptive innovation that then you end up building a structure out, and it's perhaps a little more disconcerting even to think about, you know, police departments and intelligence agencies operating on that model, that is deploying technology that's sort of sufficiently novel that there isn't actually a framework in place for it. And I think that's maybe something of a pattern we see, you know, over time, is that you have sort of novel technological methods that are, you know, discovered and then employed, often not very publicly, for years before anyone bothers to, you know, build any kind of framework of rules governing how that method or how this technology should be used. Is that something that you, when you looked at intelligent contractors, is that a phenomenon that you saw of the sort of the rules lagging the novelty of the methodology?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the difference was intelligence agencies, by and large, look overseas. So our rules for doing that overseas are very liberal. But it does remind me of, say, Stingray and some of the other cell phone tower use, which, by the way, came from the battlefield and from Intel World first, that local agencies were so thankful to have, probably mostly for good reason, but there was no law that regulated it. So I did want to ask you whether, are there legislators now who have taken up the idea of trying to regulate the use or come up with guidelines that could somehow be, especially at the local level, where communities might have no idea, and officers may, you know, if there's no rules, they may not have a set of guidelines that they follow.
There have been, so in a few cities and states, we've seen moves to put a moratorium on facial recognition. It's been banned in San Francisco City Council, banned it, Oakland, basically all the suburbs around Boston. But in terms of regulating, so I've seen departments so Detroit Police Department had 2 incidents of wrongfully identifying somebody with facial recognition and arresting them. And they spent time in jail as a result of it. And, what police officers always tell me is that facial recognition is only supposed to be a lead, and it's supposed to lead to further investigation before you arrest somebody. And that's part of the reason why there's so few rules around it, because it's just supposed to be the start of the investigation and not what the arrest is based on. But as you might imagine, sometimes, this magical tool tells you this is your person, and then you are able to kind of you have the confirmation bias, and you just start finding all these reasons to justify it. So basically poor investigations in Detroit. And so Detroit decided they're only going to use facial recognition in the case of, major crimes, that they won't use it for shoplifting or minor things. So I've seen that kind of regulation and the bans, but
well, what about
really
political rallies?
Rules passed.
What about peaceful political rallies? We've had so many of them over the last year. Have you found instances where departments were using that just on crowds?
Or for that matter, political rallies where, someone breaks a window. There's, it's not 100% peaceful, but
yeah,
but lots and lots of people who are being peaceful are there.
I mean, facial recognition has certainly been part of the investigation into the January 6th riot. And with the Black Lives Matter protest earlier, there have been uses, usually when there was some kind of violence within the crowd, somebody threw a rock. I have not yet seen it used on a peaceful protester. But, in terms of defining what is a crime, there can be a lot of leeway there, especially in protests, which are often about disrupting disrupting a space. So yeah, I mean, this is I think police departments are supposedly watching for this, but there's not clear rules. These are rules that the police departments are making internally, that they won't use these in ways that violate people's civil rights.
I mean, you can imagine though them collecting just hundreds of faces at a rally and keeping them in a database just to see, for further cross-referencing. Are there any rules about doing that, about keeping people's faces in some sort of database to use? Because I'm thinking of the, even under the Snowden revelations, that they had a time-sensitive, they had a time where they had to purge things out of their databases at the federal level. And
I know the FBI operations manual, the DIOG as they call it, would have rules about not retaining that kind of thing. But local, not necessarily. It would be, it would be a matter of internal rules rather than, I think, federal law. Whether
you could see all sorts of abuses for that. If you had one set of protesters and then everyone else who was an elected official was of a different ilk, at some point they could just use the faces in the database to start harassing people in many different ways.
I know there was an incident in, I believe it was Ukraine a few years back, where, and this was not using face recognition, but more Stingray-like technology, where attendees at a public protest had received text messages to apprise them that the authorities were aware that they had been present at this location at this time. But one can imagine pretty easily a face recognition version is the same kind of automated notification and chilling.
I've certainly seen it in Hong Kong. Face recognition was being used during the protest.
Yeah. I want to actually touch a little bit on the sort of the relationship between, when we talk about the sort of the surveillance industrial complex, between sort of the obvious components, the NSO group and the Clearviews, the intelligence contractors. But in a lot of ways, they're often sort of parasitic on the, in a sense, the kind of private voluntary surveillance industry. That is, the companies that are increasingly storing large amounts of data that we have with varying degrees of willingness ourselves given up, right? Clearview, would you say is right that Clearview would not really be possible without Facebook? At least not in anything like its current form?
Yeah, I mean, so they've scraped many sites, but Instagram is one that comes in a lot. I mean, LinkedIn, Venmo. I would say really the power of Facebook was, I mean, I think Facebook was one of the first companies to really convince us all to put public photos of ourselves on the internet right next to our names. And, you know, this is a result of the way that we have lived online for the last 2 decades, that most of us do have many photos. And even those who don't, I mean, it's one of the officers I talked to, one of the first things that Clearview AI encouraged them to do was to use the app on themselves to see how well it worked. And this detective told me he'd been very careful not to put public photos of himself on the internet because of the work that he does, you know, kind of just not wanting to have much information about himself available to people that he is arresting, leading to their prosecution. So he ran the app on himself, and a photo came back from Twitter. And it was from some kind of festival where he had been on patrol, and he was kneeling in the back of someone else's photo. There's some people posing in front of him, and there he was, with his badge on, just clearly identifiable. And this is why, I mean, facial recognition is for undercover police officers. You know, we're seeing it, that recent report from the CIA where they say this is such a problem for their informants now that it's just too easy to track people with this technology. It can be a real problem.
Do you know much about its sale overseas?
So initially, Clearview AI was trying to sell overseas. It first focused on the U.S. market and the Canadian market, and it was starting to make inroads overseas, but it pulled back after its existence became public. It was about a year after they'd started selling to law enforcement that I wrote the article about them in the New York Times. And there was such a backlash in international investigations. Since then, Canada has ruled that Clearview AI is illegal. Australia has said it is illegal. The UK has said it is illegal. They ordered the firm to delete photos of their citizens, and has said that, you know, they can't sell this tool there without getting their citizens' consent to be part of it. And I mean, it just illustrates the fact that the US just has no strong federal privacy law, that this app is actually illegal in other countries. But there's very little here that has been done since Clearview AI has been made public. There's lawsuits in Illinois. The Vermont Attorney General sued the company, and that suit is ongoing. But other than that, there's kind of been little.
Well, and you would really worry about the places that Pegasus is used, right? In all the authoritarian and rising authoritarian countries. And what's to prevent someone else from becoming the next Clearview?
This is, that is, I think, the bigger concern is this is technology that is out there now. I mean, what they have done is they've scraped the internet and paired it with a really good facial recognition algorithm. And that is something a copycat company could do. I mean, any of the tech companies could have released this, Google, Facebook, any of them could have done it. And they didn't because it was too taboo. And Clearview AI basically broke through that taboo. And I could definitely, there's already another tool called PimEyes, which is a kind of public version of this. It doesn't work as well as Clearview AI when I've looked at it, but it is there. And I do think that there will be others.
I would think that there are others that we don't know about because they're being sold exclusively to governments overseas, perhaps, again, just like Pegasus.
So we had a question from Chip Pitts, who I know is someone active in this space here in DC, who wanted to first to thank you for your reporting, but was also a fan of your book, Top Secret America, and was hoping you might speak to how things have evolved since that book was written. What have you sort of seen evolving in this space since then? Is it better or worse? What are the new entrants that you find most concerning?
I do, we've seen the budget stay the same, not really shrink as much as you would imagine it would after two hot wars no longer being there, but I'm not, I'm not sure we won't at some point, but it's difficult to cut back. Honestly, what I see is more of the technology being used domestically. Mm-hmm. And partly because of the issues that we've talked about, which is the lack of regulation at the federal level, and then certainly not at the state or local level, except with some exceptions, California, Canada, I'm sure there are other places as well. So I really do see, you can even see it in every time there's a potentially violent incident in a city, you see these people you see the police in military vehicles and military uniforms and military weapons. So that's our visual access to what was probably mainly a foreign tools created after 9/11. But I do think that we are seeing more surveillance, all the tools. I love the cell phone tower example because I can't tell you how hard I had to work to get that, to figure out that this was this amazing tool that the intelligence community had developed that was being used by NSA in the battlefield when we didn't know that they had an expeditionary unit or units, and it was such a preciously guarded piece of equipment because it was so powerful and invasive and so efficient. I mean, when you looked at it, you're like, good for you. Now it's here, and is it here with any kind of due process? I don't know, and I would guess that it varies from place to place.
Now you touched on the how closely guarded it was. I know one of the things that has worried people about Stingray in particular is the way they effectively blocked disclosure of the details of the operation of technology. There have been criminal defendants, for example, who
right.
Have wanted to contest whether they had been accurately geolocated at a particular place, wanted technical information to be able to have their own experts analyze it for potential problems, and then effectively the prosecution had to say, well, no, we have a contract that says this is their proprietary information, these are trade secrets, and so we have to refuse. A lot of what we're talking about is activity that, if it were done directly by government agencies, would be often subject to FOIA or local Freedom of Information Act requests. There would be mechanisms for folks like yourself to get information. And of course, there's all sorts of exceptions, but formally, at least, in the absence of an exception, that would have to be turned over. Because one of the FOIA exceptions we know is commercial or proprietary information. So to what extent does it in practice make it more difficult for you guys to to sort of ferret out the nature of these tools when they move from kind of direct public control to contractor control?
Oh yeah, and also when they move into the law enforcement sensitive arena, there are a lot of exemptions from FOIA. What you do have, luckily, and this is, I remember how Stingray was unveiled, is you have defense attorneys. So even though the initial criminal investigation may not mention a product, there have been very clever actually, you probably don't even have to be that clever to spot, you know, how did you figure out that my guy with the cell phone was getting off a bus and all your officers just had to, you know, just appeared. So we do have, you know, luckily here, we do have, because we have rule of law and all the processes that involves, we have people who are going to have access just by the nature of being involved with that in an adversarial way. We're likely to have more success than you would at the intelligence level, you know, finding out what's going on. But that does bring up my favorite topic, which is the sad evaporation of local news and state news. I mean, we just have fewer investigative reporters that will be able to do this kind of work, and that's a real crisis as well. Especially when you look at who has it been that have, you know, unearthed a lot of this. It really has been a combination of reporters, and I want to give a big shout out to the forensics people in Amnesty International's Security Lab, at Citizen Lab, and other do-good organizations that are now training students to help them, you know, create a new army of people that will be in this business, be in a business that we, you know, I as a journalist certainly cannot be in, and rely on them and their work to do things like do forensics on cell phones to look for Pegasus. That's a real, it's a skill, and more people are getting into it, which is great.
It seems like one of the reasons that we're finding this reliance on external firms is, you know, it used to be for a lot of the 20th century, if you were interested in questions like cryptography and the mathematics of secure communications, that essentially that was something, you know, NSA and a handful of other large intelligence agencies were doing, and if that was the kind of work you wanted to do, you went to work for them, or they found you and told you should go work for them, and they would actually work pretty hard to kind of put a lid on research along those lines outside those walls. Whereas now, of course, that's sort of a huge business, and so it's just sort of not reasonable to expect that sort of the best minds on something like computer security or technology will be found within the intelligence agencies, which usually you know, can't pay as much as Google or. So I mean, does that create a sort of an issue where you know, partly just on sort of economic grounds, it's in a sense necessary to rely on those outside parties, because you kind of can't expect to hire Google caliber talent and have that be you know, someone who spends a 30-year career at the FBI.
Absolutely. I think this is the driving force for all this. Is you know, the market, the desire to make money, people who can so easily move outside of the intelligence community, and now it's culturally acceptable in a way that it was not 40 years ago. You know, 40 years ago, people went into teaching or something. They didn't go and make a bunch of money off things that they were taught in the intelligence world. In fact, it's gotten so bad that the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, I believe it was that, and could have been the CIA, sent out a memo to former Intel people saying they were addressing actually tradecraft. So they weren't addressing technology, but it was a big caution. Look at you, these are classified things. They didn't put it this way, but this is what they were saying. These can harm the U.S. national security interests if sold to the wrong people. You know, beware of what you're doing. What they were really addressing, my sources said, was the transfer of tradecraft, which is even more. You need technology, but you need the tradecraft to make it a real tool. And the tradecraft, first of all, it's learned in the classified world, so that means by its very nature, you are taking classified information and giving it to another country that may then use it in a way that is not to our advantage. And who is policing that? You know, I think it's very difficult to police. And this brings me to the topic I wanted to mention with Israel in particular. You know, the Israeli intelligence services, I think, and I'm told by people within the USIC, have a much more strategic, holistic view of contracting and the ICE and government agencies. In other words, they welcome people going from one into contracting with the idea that those contractors are going to still be very loyal to the state and that there will be an informal exchange of information. And this is the way it is, and it's been like that for a long time. So, I mean, that means, I'm not saying it's a good or bad thing. I'm saying Israel encourages it, and you can see if you go to Boston, you know, there's just so many Israeli former Intel people who are working in cutting edge technologies and startup firms and this sort of thing. But the IC in the US remains suspicious about it because Israel is going to be the benefactor, and even though Israel is an ally, its interests are not always aligned with ours. So you can look at it as a good thing. Some of the people in the IC said, I wish that we had that kind of holistic view of former officials. But you can also look at it the other way, which is, you know, and in the case of Pegasus, one of the great stories that we touched on, but really not that much, is that Benjamin Netanyahu was using the sale of this technology as a diplomatic tool in the Gulf to make better relations with Saudi, the UAE, and other countries, not Qatar, I don't think, but, and he would go to those countries and pitch Pegasus. So it was being used by him to open doors diplomatically, and that has evolved into more traditional diplomacy as well, as we saw. I think even this week, Bennett went to the UAE for the first time. So they're using it as a geopolitical tool as well.
I mean, we do see, I think, some of the sort of the revolving door there in the U.S. Although I think more commonly you think of senior IC people then going out to sit on the board of some contract company. Clearview seems like an odd sort of almost exception, right? In that you're saying it was not really envisioned as an intelligence contractor. And you still talk about it as primarily sort of marketing to law enforcement. Do you see it moving into the intelligence space?
Clearview AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they already have. The GAO did the recent report on facial recognition, asking who's already using facial recognition, who's planning to, and surveyed a bunch of federal agencies. And I mean, it's already being used by DOJ, FBI, ICE. I mean, it's a very useful tool. I certainly have talked to a lot of officers who have found it incredibly useful in their investigations. Again, always emphasizing it's just the start of the investigation. It's just a lead. And it says this every time you get a facial recognition report back, when you go through the official channels and have them search state databases. It says, you know, this is not probable cause. You cannot arrest based on this. But yes, it is clearly spreading through the government.
I would think that IC already has a version of this. Honestly, you know, when there were so many problems with insider threats in Afghanistan and Iraq, I think they developed mass surveillance tools. Have you noticed a change in the board membership of Clearview? Have they brought people in with more foreign experience or top-level domestic law enforcement?
Yeah, they just brought in a bunch of new board members that they announced in the last couple of months, including Richard Clark. But yes, they have.
Yeah.
So that seems to be another pattern we see, right? Is these relationships where you know, I mean, it's familiar from the military context as well, that the way you sort of make your retirement comfortable after a couple decades in government service is to sit on the board of a contractor, sort of selling things to the agencies you used to work for. And you know, one of the things that's sort of, I think, a commonplace in security studies is that the effect of that is to let's say, you know, create a dynamic where there's a fair amount of lobbying for expenditures on military technology that is, you know, sometimes of dubious actual efficacy. We've certainly seen instances in the intelligence space of very expensive projects that, you know, stretch on for years, go over budget, and don't necessarily work or yield much of operational value. As you were talking about I mean, it sounded almost like the upbeat marketing of Clearview to law enforcement. You know, hey, stop searching and start solving, which is, you know, maybe not the way you ideally think of kind of procurement decisions being made for intrusive technologies. I guess, what do you see? How do you see that aspect playing out? That is the sort of the interface between the sort of the commercial interest, right? We've got a product that we want to sell, and you know, the decision-making process about how to decide whether a technology you know, needs to be used. Is this something that are there things that end up getting adopted because they're being sort of sold as this sort of sexy product in a way that something developed in-house probably wouldn't be?
Yeah, I mean, I think what was very effective here, and my understanding from talking to officers, is that this happens a lot. I mean, a lot of these vendors have learned that this is the way to get adopted by police departments, have the officers clamoring for the tool and going to their procurement officer and saying, I've already used this. This has already helped me solve cases. We need to have this tool. I mean, ICE, the first case that ICE used it on was Yahoo found CSAM in a Syrian user's account, and there were some known images, which is how it got flagged by photo DNA. And there were some images.
For viewers who may not know that acronym, CSAM is Child Sexual Abuse Material. So images of children experiencing sexual abuse.
So some of the images included a young girl getting abused, and it was an image that law enforcement had not seen before. And the investigator who was on it, it was clearly in the US. They could tell from the background of the photo, like the electrical outlets. It was this girl is somewhere in the US. And so the agent who got this, you know, took a screenshot of the abuser's face. He had included his face, which is kind of unusual, but sometimes apparently you do this because you're trying to basically join a group of other people who are sharing these images. And he sent it out as kind of a bolo to other child crime investigators and said, has anybody seen this guy before? And one of the people who got it was an investigator based in New York who was already using Clearview AI. And so she ran it and sent him a photo, and it was this Instagram photo of somebody at a bodybuilding convention. And the people who posed for the photo were not the suspect, but the suspect was behind them working a kind of vendor counter. And so the investigator was able to go from there and figure out who the guy was. And they arrested him within a month, and he still had the child in his custody. So they're able to, you know, save the child. But anyways, you know, Clearview AI was what broke this case for them. And so ICE decided, based off that case, we're going to acquire, we're going to, you know, get a license to use this tool. But that's how this was tending to happen. They're using it in their cases, in active cases, which was shocking to me. I mean, this Clearview AI only recently had its algorithm tested by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. NIST has been testing facial recognition algorithms for the last 20 years. Clearview was used by police for almost 3 years until it had its algorithm tested for accuracy. And so that really shocked me, that the vetting that you're doing of this forensic tool is just happening in terms of kind of trial and error. Is it working on your cases? And so they were tested by NIST. They did quite well. They do have, one of the top kind of 10 algorithms in terms of accuracy in testing under test conditions. But still, it was pretty shocking to me that that is how it was making its way into officers' hands.
I mean, almost it reminds me of like sort of the Uber model, right? Which is it's not clear this is strictly legal in a lot of regions, but if you start up and get it running, you will create enough of a constituency for the product that the rules will be changed to accommodate the sort of the facts on the ground.
And the marketing to officers, I remember when I did the domestic side of Top Secret America, I went to Memphis, Tennessee, where they had a real-time crime lab, which was at that time the first of its kind. And now if you look on the surveillance atlas that is available online, and Burl's going to talk about that later, I think, you'll see all of Tennessee is like a real-time crime center now, it seems like. And they were using FLIR in the helicopters, which at that time was a very controversial product because it was so invasive and it had been used mainly by the military, and they got a hold of it somewhere. And of course, FLIR is everywhere now, and it's no big deal. But at a time, it was thought to be so invasive that it shouldn't be used against U.S. citizens. So I mean, it's so predictable what's going to happen. I'm sure they have a lobbyist now on Capitol Hill. And to the question that the viewer asked, that's one reason Top Secret America hasn't shrunk, because there's been a consolidation of a lot of the smaller companies into the bigger companies, and the bigger companies still have a lot of sway on Capitol Hill. So I would expect that that's what's going to happen with Clearview. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, and the only place where Clearview can't currently being used is Illinois, because Illinois has this the really kind of an incredible law in that it's the rare time that the law was moving faster than the technology. It passed the Biometric Information Privacy Act in 2008, which says that a company needs to get a citizen's permission, resident's permission, before using their biometric information, including their face print. And so this is the one place where Clearview AI has run into trouble. They had to delete Illinoisians from its database, and it's fighting a class action lawsuit there and a state lawsuit. It's been sued by the ACLU. Floyd Abrams is their lawyer, and they're, one of their arguments is that they have this First Amendment right to collect this data, that they're just processing public information, and that is not something that can be criminalized by the state. That hasn't been a successful argument at the state level so far, but it does seem like one of these cases that could possibly make its way to the Supreme Court in this question of whether biometric privacy is something that can be protected. But yeah, I mean, unless the US passes a law that is like other countries have, that say that you really do need citizens' consent to process their information, or specifically our face prints are protected, I do think Clearview has a pretty clear path in front of them of being able to keep selling their tool.
Well, the other thing it reminds me of, I teach a class, I'm actually a professor at the University of Maryland's journalism school, and I have a class about censorship and disinformation. And we talk all the time about technologies that are, Facebook in particular, that are undermining democracies throughout the world because they're not doing content moderation, like they say, and because their algorithms favor extremism and polarization. That's how they make money. So when you look at what Europe's doing with the GDPR and other things, privacy laws, it is real. And this I would bet that they have laws against this kind of Clearview technology, but they definitely have laws that are going to impact the sale of Pegasus or the use of Pegasus against civilians. Europe is really ahead of the US in addressing technologies in general, and that reflects, poor Ron Wyden is still like the one voice on surveillance. He's been the one voice, or the most prominent voice for 30 years. Maybe we need, or maybe we actually have, and I don't know, a new committee that is filled with people who understand the consequences of unregulated both social media and the cutting edge stuff that you're talking about. Because if Congress can't get its handle on this, nobody will, or it'll be so piecemeal that that I think companies will find ways to get around it if it's piecemeal. And yeah, do you see any of that happening? Do you see regulators, Congress? I mean, they're not even worked up anymore about what happened in the 2016 election with Facebook and the Russians and now the Chinese and.
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems like in the U.S. we've just relied so long on the technology industry to self-govern.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's been interesting in the Clearview AI case because a bunch of these companies, LinkedIn, Venmo, Facebook, they sent Clearview AI cease and desist letters saying you're violating, our terms of service by taking the photos and using it this way. And then crickets. They sent cease and desist letters and nothing after that. There's been, so supposedly these are the companies that are supposed to be safeguarding our photos, and they haven't gone after Clearview AI. They have not sued them. They have, beyond kind of the anti-scraping technologies that they have on place on their sites, which obviously failed here, they haven't done anything. So the technology industry is not kind of leaping into the action the way that I think regulators or lawmakers kind of expected as they pass no laws around this.
Well, and the same thing is happening with Pegasus. WhatsApp has sued NSO, the parent company, because they discovered that Pegasus used WhatsApp to get into phones. And now Apple has sued NSO Group because of its use of Apple vulnerabilities to get into phones. So again, though, that is piecemeal. The courts only have so far they can go, when you're facing these very tricky questions of First Amendment, I don't think.
Something that came up here was the issues of different jurisdictions having different rules that permit or block the usage of some of these private technologies. But I was mulling how, in a sense, odd it is that we find countries increasingly reliant on not just their domestic firms, but firms based elsewhere to do this kind of essential intelligence work. The FBI controversy around the San Bernardino shooter's iPhone and whether they could find a way to access that was ultimately resolved by, I think it was another Israeli firm that found a vulnerability that was usable. And that just seems like an odd tension, because you have the sector of government that is, in a sense, right, the most xenophobic normally.
Yeah.
Right. There's a classification marking no foreign, NOFORN, right? It's whatever else this can't be shown to foreign nationals, and then saying for this critical intelligence work, we're going to have a company that's outside our jurisdiction be in charge of providing the service, and of course, the U.S. intelligence community still is primarily relying on U.S. companies, but this is increasingly a kind of global market, and very often, countries are purchasing that don't have the sort of the in-house capability. I wonder if either of you have some thoughts on this idea of a kind of transnational, sort of intelligence apparatus that is not really bound to any particular government.
No, and honestly, this is another really important argument why these things need to be be regulated, because ultimately, so I'll take the UAE as an example. Longtime user of Pegasus, although we think that now NSO Group stopped selling to at least some of the operators in UAE. I don't know if it's all of them because they won't say. But then the UAE has, well, now they've spent tens of billions of dollars to create their own capability. So there was a transfer, I'm not saying of Pegasus, but there's definitely a transfer of intellectual tradecraft, whatever, to the UAE so that it can now have its own technology, its own apparatus, to its own infrastructure, everything. Is that in the U.S. interest? So is that in the U.S. national security interest? So these technologies play a very big role in issues that do affect U.S. national security. And yet we don't regulate them in a way that takes into account that important aspect of this. Again, that's the same way as social media. Why isn't what Facebook does an interest of national security? Because again, its lack of monitoring what happens, just take one example. In the Philippines, where Maria Ressa, journalist who just won the Nobel Peace Award for her efforts to chronicle Duterte's corruption, but also to get Facebook to be responsible in the Philippines, where they're being used by Duterte's colleagues and to undermine democracy. Why isn't the undermining of democracy through Facebook a U.S. national security concern? Why isn't the undermining of U.S. democracy through Facebook with disinformation a U.S. national security concern? I think it's a very short-sighted view of what social media is all about, of what the mechanism behind our communicating with our friends and family. I mean, come on, we're so far beyond that.
So what would the regulatory intervention be then, though? I mean, this is a little...
Well, you go back to the algorithm. What does the algorithm do? The algorithm is programmed to create division through emotional content that drives people to the edges of extremism. This is so well documented now. So they make money off of an algorithm and a product that does that. So it pushes people unconsciously, not knowing, it pushes people to the extremes with disinformation that doesn't,
do we think that some of these things wouldn't happen?
Not on a scale. Not on a scale. Okay, and so why is that business model permitted? Honestly, why is that business model okay? When we don't do it in other realms, in other realms, I think it would be so much more visible, for one thing. And the fact that that is not something that Congress is looking at is, I think.
And would you accept that for the Washington Post if someone said that you're running articles that are divisive and promoting?
Well, if that's mainly what we did, then I would, definitely question. And if we made most of our money off of emotional content that was fabricated or not real, or disinformation, then I would think, hopefully, that we wouldn't get as many readers, and that the market would do that. But we don't do that. So it's not really equivalent, and we don't, and it would be visible. So part of the Facebook problem is the invisibility of its machine, of how it works, how the algorithm works, how the extreme. But there are now dozens of books on the subject.
And of course, we find we have a parallel national security concern about the use of the popularity of technologies in the U.S. that are controlled by foreign firms that are not necessarily intelligence contractors, but often regimes that require them to be responsive to the state.
Right.
So this was the controversy over TikTok and WeChat that emerged. We are running a little low on time. I want to turn back to Cash and see if she had a final thought before we had to close down for a few minutes.
Just on the kind of international, I'm working on this book about face recognition, so I am obsessed with face recognition right now. But I do just keep thinking about a world of interlocking, surveillance cameras that are everywhere, where people's faces just can be tracked anywhere in the world. I wrote about a case earlier this year, some protesters in Minneapolis during the George Floyd protest who there was camera footage clearly implicated. It was a couple, the man in setting fires at a Goodwill in a high school, and ATF was trying to find them, and they fled and went down to Mexico. And U.S. authorities went to Mexico and gave them their photos and said, please, run these and look for them. And that they did eventually find them in Mexico. I don't think it was due to facial recognition that I could find out, but that we could have that world where, no matter where you go, what you are wanted for, why somebody wants to track you, it would be possible to track you. And I just think that, and whether Clearview AI goes into everybody's hands. I mean, we've been talking about just as a law enforcement tool, but this could be something we all use, that you're just no longer able to be anonymous in public. These surveillance tools, they might not just stay in law enforcement hands. They may trickle down into the general public, and just thinking about how they could be used one day.
Yeah, this is a sobering thought to end on. Well, thank you so much, Kashmir and Dana Priest. And we're going to take a short 15-minute break, but we will reconvene shortly for our morning block of flash talks, which I think are due to be fascinating. So please tune back in just about 15 minutes, and we'll see you there. Thank you so much. Welcome back to our morning session at the 2021 Cato Institute Surveillance Conference. Thank you for joining us at our first virtual edition of the Surveillance Conference. For a number of years, we have been featuring at the Surveillance Conference, in addition to traditional panels, what we call flash talks, which are short 15-ish minute presentations by scholars and privacy activists of interesting and important new research on a variety of timely topics. There's so much in the world of surveillance to talk about, for better or worse, that you can't fit everything into a 90-minute panel. So I'm really pleased to introduce our first block of 3 speakers, beginning with Julie Mao, the Deputy Director of Just Futures Law, who is going to talk about the way governments surveil and retaliate against immigration organizers based on a new report they've released called Targeted But Not Silenced, which you'll be able to find on their website. I'm very pleased to introduce Julie Mao.
Thank you guys so much, and especially to Julian for the invitation to the Cato Institute conference to talk about our report. Again, my name is Julie Mao. I work at Just Futures Law. A little bit quick and dirty about Just Futures Law. We work around the intersection of tech surveillance and immigration enforcement, particularly surveillance by DHS. We are a collective of immigrant rights, civil rights litigators, and criminal defense attorneys. Our bread and butter has been supporting the immigrant rights movement, and increasingly all U.S. residents, as DHS really turns to mass surveillance as the way that it metes out millions of detentions and deportations per year. And in that vein, we work with a lot of grassroots organizers, community members on issues of racial profiling, immigration raids and police abuse, detentions, deportations. And that's really how we got to this report. We kind of didn't want to make this report, but as we began to work with immigrant rights groups around defending people's rights, supporting folks in defense strategies around protests and First Amendment activities, we just saw a huge systemic retaliation by U.S. government agencies. So a little bit about, in case people don't know about the immigrant rights movement, and why our partners such as Comunidad Colectiva, Grassroots Leadership, OCAD, Migrant Justice, La Resistencia, decided to do this report. Well, the immigrant rights movement is very vibrant. It engages in a lot of First Amendment activity, as you guys might see from these slides. And protests and speech are one of the only, sometimes, and core tools that immigrant rights movement and marginalized communities can engage in to exercise and speak out and change the government's conduct. And so much of the immigrant rights movement has been learnings from the 1960s civil rights movement, Black Power movement, indigenous movements. And so First Amendment activity is just such a core way in which people organize and try to change government conduct. And so criticizing ICE and how federal government engages in immigration enforcement has really become unpopular speech, right? And the results of that, engaging in this type of speech, which has now become so marginalized, under attack, and unpopular, has become the retaliation from the subject of that speech, which is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Border Patrol, as well as we won't talk about vigilante hate groups. This has happened for a very long time. It's not just under the Trump administration. However, we've really seen, and you'll see from some of the public records, discovery documents, and community interviews that we'll highlight in these slides, a real sort of surge in this retaliatory activity by ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement since the Trump administration came into power. So a little bit around our report. So what are we saying when we say retaliation by ICE or Border Patrol? Well, retaliation can take many forms. Some of the ones that maybe you've heard about in the news are arrest, detention, deportation. So for example, on this slide, we have a poster from the Free Alejandra campaign. This was an activist organizer originally based out of Arizona and then in the DMV area, who went to a protest at Farmville Detention Center, only a couple hundred miles away. This is where many of the Maryland, DC, and Virginia immigrants go to be detained and then deported. She traveled there along with many other immigrant rights protesters to protest the conditions at Farmville, and happened to be the unlucky one on the blowhorn that day in front of the detention center. And because of how loud her voice, literally how loud her voice was on the blowhorn, she was targeted by the local jail and ICE officials, DHS officials at the jail for arrest and then eventually detention. And only out of protest, again, by community members who rallied at our immigration court bail hearing, was she actually released after a couple of months in detention. It also is the example of our client, Maru Mora, who was a well-known activist in Tacoma, Washington, who would regularly protest outside of the Northwest Detention Center, one of the biggest detention facilities on the West Coast. And shortly after the Trump administration came into power, she was put into proceedings, and literally her actual arrest narrative by an ICE agent noted that she had come to his attention through press articles, and the office knew her as a, quote, anti-ICE protester and advocate for Latinos. So this is a lot of the way that ICE retaliates against individuals through the targeting of immigration rights organizations or organizers through arrest, detention, and eventual deportation to silence their protesting and organizing. Another category is modification in prison conditions. It might come to some of y'all as a surprise, but there's a very large immigration detention system in the United States. A lot of the conditions are horrific, and naturally, individuals who are detained in those conditions want to assert and change the conditions of their confinement. And so individuals may go on hunger strike, they may go on protests in the detention facility, they might file civil rights complaints, right, with DHS oversight offices like OCRCL or OIG, and routinely they're met with modifications and retaliatory ones around their conditions of confinement. Routine stories of individuals being placed in solitary confinement or the SHU because they interviewed with a DHS Civil Rights Division official, had filed complaints, and this is fairly routine as individuals try to organize in detention facilities. And the last one, which will be the remainder of my presentation, is on surveillance. Right? This is a huge tactic of DHS and the component agencies. We're talking surveillance of individual organizers, infiltration and surveillance of the organizations themselves, intimidation and surveillance of family members. And again, the goal of this type of surveillance is really to enact fear in these organizations, intimidate, and sometimes locate individuals for arrest, detention, and deportation. Just a quick example of how that's happened in Maru's case. You can see here, this is an email that we obtained through FOIA litigation, sort of the company ICE field office chit-chat amongst the ICE field office director and deputy director leadership. And they paint Maru as this sort of problematic activist, the specific individual who was behind the hunger strikes, I think unwittingly over-exaggerating her contributions, but every other one since then, and continually tries to foster hunger strikes and protests. Again, these are First Amendment protected activities, both inside and outside the facility. And you can see at the end of this paragraph, placing her into deportation proceedings might actually take away some of her, quote, clout, claiming unity by fear of the unknown. And shortly thereafter, about 2 weeks after, Maru was placed into deportation proceedings. So since this is a conference on surveillance, we wanted to break down and highlight a couple of the ways that ICE and CBP conducts surveillance on organizers and organizations. So this is by no means a comprehensive list of the tactics that they employ, and really encourage folks to look at our report to see just how many diverse tactics they use to intimidate and chill organizing. And so the first one that we want to lift up is the level of human surveillance. I think sometimes during surveillance tech conferences, we talk about like the flashy facial recognition or a license plate reader, algorithmic type surveillance. At the end of the day, what's been, I think, the most frightening for individuals are the law enforcement agents, ICE agents that people have found at their protests or surveilled them personally at meetings. And so you'll find in our report the discovery that came out in the migrant justice case in Vermont, where Border Patrol and ICE actually recruited confidential informants to infiltrate migrant justice's membership meetings, and actually produced multiple intelligence reports about their activities. And in the revelation of this infiltration, caused the chilling of these membership meetings, where people were so afraid of the high level of ICE and Border Patrol surveillance that they did not attend these meetings. The other category is social media surveillance. This is by far one of the largest tactics that ICE uses at protests, on protesters. One of the big contracts that ICE has is a company called Ghost Oak, which contracted in 2018 for a $45 million agreement. The other company that ICE has been known to use is Babel Locate X, which is a company that it is able to sell a program that not only locates an individual's social media post, but an estimate or geolocation of where they posted that social media post. And lastly, the category of data brokers. I think Senator Wyden talked a little bit about this earlier in the day, but these are, quote, the shady middlemen who buy up private and government data and resell it, such as to private entities, PIs, and law enforcement, including ICE. So in the ICE sector or the DHS sector, the most well-known ones are LexisNexis, Thomson Reuters, huge resellers to ICE and it's important to understand the sheer scale of these data sets. We're talking about cell phone location data, cell phone subscriber addresses, driver license data, and utilities data, although thanks to the work of Senator Wyden, Mi Gente, Just Futures, and a number of other tech and immigrant rights groups, we were able to push back on the selling of that type of data. So a few examples from our report around how this has happened to the immigrant rights organizations. So at the top of the slide is an actual intelligence report from the Vermont Border Patrol sector on migrant justice. I know there's not much time left in my presentation, but you can see from the first paragraph of that intelligence report that the Border Patrol, who's at the northern border, is wasting their time on not just surveilling migrant justice, but several colleges in the sector area of responsibility, and noted that they contain liberal viewpoints towards immigration. And that in recent years, specifically the University of Vermont in Burlington has become, quote, one of the primary supporters of migrant justice. So very extreme, detailed surveillance and wide-casting surveillance in the community around the expression of what they would perceive as anti-ICE speech. Also goes into very good detail about the migrant justice activities, the fact that they are in active organizing around labor issues, around farm workers' rights with ice cream giant in Vermont, Ben & Jerry's. Another screenshot we have here on the lower left is the Clear Thomson Reuters query for our client Maru. So before Maru was placed into proceedings, the ICE Seattle field office conducted a query on the data broker Thomson Reuters Clear database. And as you can see, just the level of data sets and inquiries that they were able to get on Maru. So things like utility services, the relatives, associates, current address, phone listings, corporate filings, properties. The amount of data, Maru often talks about that she got like 10, pages and pages of data, kind of listing sort of all of her life, the places that she's lived, the relatives and networks that she has. So incredibly invasive activities and powerful tools just on this data broker that ICE employs. And lastly, social media surveillance. So with grassroots leadership, there was a intelligence division of the ICE San Antonio field office, and they were constantly querying the social media of grassroots leadership, including their individual organizers. So this is a Facebook printout of one of the organizers that the ICE field office was passing around the office. So what can we do in conclusion? These are massive agencies with tons of money. Using and employing tech and surveillance tools, as our past panelists have talked about, that seem entirely unregulated. I think it can feel like a conversation in paranoia rather than a conversation of, what can we do to empower ourselves to push back? So concretely, our community groups and immigrant organizations that participated in this report have a few demands. One is, advocate. We can all collectively advocate for this new DHS administration to pass guidances, what we call in the immigration sphere, prosecutorial discretion policies that prohibit ICE agents from retaliating against ICE immigration organizations and ICE protests. Preventing agents from deporting the people that they just don't like because they're engaging in speech that criticizes their activities. On the surveillance sector, there's tons of regulations that we could be passing to address, things like facial recognition, social media monitoring, data brokers, and looking to the FTC, CFPB, FCC for guidance. In terms of legislation, we can think about what could we do beyond the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act. Incredibly a good start. It plugs some of the holes as it relates to SIGINT intelligence, but it doesn't address utilities, essential services, DMV data, social media monitoring. And lastly, I hope Cato Institute will appreciate, we can also reduce DHS funding and really re-envision what this agency is supposed to be. And lastly, to the organizers and civil rights lawyers out there watching, we can also protest. We can also defend people who then are retaliated inevitably because of their First Amendment activity. So with that, I will conclude and hand it back to Julian.
Thanks so much, Julie. Next up, anyone watching with kids in school will be aware that it is a time where the classroom has moved increasingly to a virtual space, and even as schools reopen, often there's a mix now of in-person and virtual education. But that has come with it a desire to exercise the sort of monitoring over the virtual classroom space that teachers and administrators have become accustomed to in a physical school building. And that has very real consequences for the privacy of both children and their families when the medium on which education is happening is situated in the family living room. And a whole plethora of software firms have emerged to develop it effectively, spyware for educational purposes, with often without really very clear awareness on the part of parents, and often to the substantial frustration of students when they are aware of it. Really doing some absolutely vital research on this topic has been Elizabeth Laird, who's the Director of Civic Equity and Technology at the Center for Democracy and Technology. She's been issued a number of really pretty pivotal reports on this topic for CDT. And I'd like to invite Liz up to talk about school-issued devices and student activity monitoring.
Great. Thank you, Julian. And thank you to the Cato Institute for hosting today's important conversation. Because this is a lightning talk, I am going to spare you from the long history of CDT and my own personal background and share something that I think is even more important and relevant to today's conversation, which is that this marks the first time that I have given an in-person presentation since the pandemic. So in addition to hosting today's conversation, I also want to thank Julian and Cato for giving me an opportunity to present standing up and not a foot from my laptop staring at myself. So I'm going to start by just setting the stage and building on Julian's opening remarks and do something that might make me a little unpopular, especially for those of you who do have school-aged children. But I want you to think back to March of 2020. I know none of us want to do that. It was a very scary time. But think about students and how overnight, literally, they were going to school in person and then it changed and they were staying home. And schools have been working for a long time on doing something that's called closing the homework gap, which is a sort of a jargony term that means making sure that all students have access to high-speed internet, they have devices, and they have the knowledge and skills to know what to do with it. And so when the classroom shifted from the school building to the home, all of that work sort of went out the window. And so think back to some of the articles that we saw that were just heartbreaking, of students working on their laptops in fast food parking lots because that was the only place that they could get access to Wi-Fi. And it wasn't even fast, but it was something. And so what schools were faced with at the time was not just delivering, high quality instruction and closing the achievement gap, but literally just knowing where students are, being able to stay connected to them, making sure that students maintain that relationship with the caring adult who was in their life in the form of their teachers. And so I'm going to lean in hard today on the surveillance piece, given the topic and given the trade-offs, but I do want us to appreciate the work that schools have done in terms of trying to close the homework gap, making sure that students stay connected, that they continue to receive an education, and just share some data with you. And so at the time, pre-pandemic, we did some surveying of teachers, parents, and students. And this is where, if we were in person, I would ask you to guess what you think those numbers have changed to, because we're not. I'm going to do a spoiler alert. Pre-pandemic, 43% of teachers said that their schools provided devices to students. Does anybody have a guess of what it is now? I think it's really high, 80%, 85%. It's actually 95%. So almost every school in this country is giving out devices to students. And so what we were interested in is we're very much in favor of and understand the urgency, and I hope you hear that from me, that these are not easy questions, but making sure that as students were being brought online and as they were having devices given to them, that there wasn't an unintended consequence on their privacy or that sort of connection, as Julian mentioned, of moving from the classroom into the home, having any unintended consequences on them. And so we set out to do some research that, again, we surveyed parents, teachers, and students. We also did a series of interviews with school districts. And so what I'll talk about is a combination of not just quantitative data that we got from those groups, but also qualitative information that we got from talking to school districts about how they have tried to manage this balance. And specifically, we wanted to look at what are the implications of giving school-issued devices to students. And so I'll just start by saying, what does that mean? So by our definition, a school-issued device is a device. It can be a laptop, it can be a tablet, that is given to the student to use for educational purposes, which is different than a student using a personal device, which they do, which is a device that has been provided to the student from someone who's not the school, likely their family. And then in addition to that, we wanted to look at what's being tracked on these devices, both personal and school issued. And so I'm going to use a term called student activity monitoring software. And there are certainly a number of companies that offer this, but for purposes of today, what you need to know is that these products can take the form of sort of standalone software that school districts choose to procure and install on school-issued devices, and their sole purpose is to track what students are doing. And that means knowing what they're logging into, being able to scan their messages, and sometimes it means being able to see in real time what's happening on their devices. And there's also tracking that's happening within larger educational products that may have already been installed on devices and that students were using before, but they can still track what they're doing. And so what matters for today is that we took an inclusive view at this. We don't really care, is it standalone software, is it happening as part of a learning management system? What we care about is what is being tracked. So with that, I'm going to talk about what we found. So I'm going to talk about 4 key findings that we came across in our research. And again, this is a combination of quantitative research that we did with teachers, parents, and students, and qualitative interviews that we did with a series of school districts. So the first thing that we found is that the kind of monitoring that I'm talking about is quite widespread. And much like I just tried to do to a mostly empty room, when I talk to my peers before we release the findings, I would ask them, how common do you think this is? And they say, oh, I think it's really common. I think it's happening in about half of schools. And what we found is that 81% of teachers report that their school is using this kind of monitoring software. So even for someone who thinks about this all the time, this was still higher than I think we anticipated to see. And even among my peers who we think about all of the ways that technology might be misused. And not only is it quite widespread, it is happening all the time. So in our research, we asked teachers, when is it happening? And only 1 in 4 teachers said that this is limited to school hours. So what we're talking about is this is being very widespread. It is not limited to the school day. That is a big shift from what was happening before to what has happened as a result of the pandemic. And in addition to that, as I said, we set out on this research not to raise alarm bells for advocacy's sake, but we really cared about making sure that these efforts to bring students online, which are critically important, are not having unintended consequences. And then specifically, we wanted to know, does this have a disproportionate and negative effect on any particular group of students? And what we found to answer that question is yes. So there's a quote here, which I will not read to you, about a district administrator and just the value that school districts place on students deserving privacy if they're using their personal devices and not if they're using school-issued devices. And they're very clear. They say you should have no expectation of privacy when you're using a school-issued device. They are not at all clear about what that means and that you could be monitored at all hours of the day, 7 days a week. And then we saw this divide play out in what teachers said in terms of which kinds of devices are monitored. So 71% of teachers reported that this monitoring is happening on school-issued devices, as compared to only 16% who report that it's happening on personal devices. Well, why does that matter, and how does that then translate to a disproportionate effect on certain groups of students? Well, that's because students who attend schools in wealthier school districts are more likely to have access to personal devices, which means that they can essentially opt out of this kind of tracking, whereas students who are attending schools in lower income school districts do not have that as an option. So you have groups of students who are already at a disadvantage as compared to their peers, now being subjected to this kind of 24/7 surveillance that they do not have the luxury to opt out of. And then if you want to know who those students are, some of the groups are listed here. All of these groups of students are statistically more likely to have to rely on school-issued devices. So I already mentioned low-income students, but it includes rural students, it includes Hispanic students, it includes African-American students. And so these groups of students are more reliant on these devices and therefore subject to that more extensive, always-on type of surveillance that I talked about. What does this matter, right? So, and not that anybody in this room would say this, but there's this view of, nothing's private anymore, I have nothing to hide, why do I care? One of the things that we wanted to know is what kind of negative effect might this have on students if they know that they are being surveilled and if they know it's happening all the time. And we found that 80% of students report that they are more careful about what they search online when they know what they're doing is being monitored. And so think about a student who, maybe is having some kind of mental health issue and wants to access resources on therapy. That is the kind of thing that these tools are searching for. So you may actually prevent a student from accessing the kind of critical resources that they need in a timely way. But let's say, we think this is actually working as it's intended to. We really don't want students to be able to access, certain kinds of material. So it's a good thing if they're sort of monitoring and policing what they're accessing. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with that, but okay. But we also found that 6 in 10 students agree with the statement, I do not share my true thoughts or ideas because I know what I do online is being monitored. So think about what this means in an educational setting. This is the place, where we are trying to create a safe space for students to learn, to express themselves, to make mistakes. Like if it's gonna happen anywhere, it should be in an educational setting. And what is so disturbing about this finding is I think it actually questions whether this kind of surveillance is counterproductive and actually undermining the mission of our education system. If students do not feel comfortable sharing their true thoughts and feelings, if they know they're being watched, well, where and when do they do it? When do they get to have those conversations and learn? And so I think, this was something that really stood out to us as being concerning, in general, but in particular in an educational setting where you want students to be able to freely express themselves. What we found is that this monitoring does have a chilling effect on what they will say and when. And finally, this is my last slide, although I do have some other points, given it as a flash talk. We wanted to know, well, what do people think about this? Are they worried about some of these concerns? And among teachers, parents, and students, they do see value in them. There's a perception among school districts, which I'll talk about in a second, that this kind of monitoring is legally required. And then the other reason that we're seeing this kind of monitoring happening is in the name of student safety. So to use the mental health example, they want to know, schools want to know if someone is contemplating harming themselves or someone else. They want to know if they are accessing age-inappropriate materials. They want to know if they are abusing substances. So those are the 2 main drivers we found in why schools are using this kind of activity monitoring software. But it's not without a cost. And so that's what I'm going to really focus on now. And I'm going to highlight a couple of things that teachers and parents are most concerned about. The first one is that this kind of information could bring long-term harm to students if it's used to discipline them or is shared in a way that is out of context. And so when you think about the students who are being subject to more surveillance than their peers, these are students who are already disproportionately disciplined as compared to their peers. And this isn't here, but we asked school districts, we asked teachers, how are these tools being used? And about half said, we are using it for discipline purposes. And so you have a certain group of students who are being disciplined using this kind of technology that their peers are not. And so this is not just a hypothetical concern, this is happening now. And then the other one that we wanted to know about was, were there concerns about this kind of monitoring? And because some of the terms that are used are about sexual content, does this have the potential to out students? And about half of students and parents said, yes, this is something that we would be concerned about. And since then, there has been more media coverage about these algorithms explicitly looking for terms like gay and lesbian, because those students who are members of the LGBTQ community are more likely to commit an act of self-harm, but without the recognition that actually outing them against their will contributes to that problem. It doesn't alleviate it. You know, I guess I would sort of close this sort of research part by saying we did find that there is a perceived value in these things, but that some of the concerns that I'm talking about in terms of the chilling effect, in terms of it being used to discipline students, in terms of being used to out certain students, those are not being adequately addressed. So I'll close by saying, much like Julie, what can we do about it? So I'll say at the federal level, there is a law called the Children's Internet Protection Act, which if you haven't heard about it, I would encourage you to look into it. And that within that law, which was passed in 2000, so go back to 2000 where the internet was on a CD-ROM that you put in your huge tower of a computer, it talked about monitoring what students are doing. And what it meant at the time was having an adult walk around a computer lab and look over a student's shoulder and make sure that they were on task and not accessing anything inappropriate. This kind of technology we're talking about now didn't exist. But it is that law that school districts are citing as saying, hey, we have to do that because it's also tied to our E-rate funding, which is used to fund education technology. And so we've asked the FCC to clarify that while school districts may choose to do that, they're not legally required to. The FCC is not making them do that. And then the second thing is at the state and local level, that's where these decisions are being made. They are deciding whether or not to use this technology. They're deciding how to deploy it. So in addition to clarification at the federal level, that would be helpful. At the local level, there are still things that they can and should be doing. The first is that they need to be more transparent that they're even using this kind of software in the first place. Our research showed that 1 in 4 parents are not sure if this is being used at all, forget about whether they think it's a good or a bad idea. The second step that they can take is to minimize when this information is being collected. If parents don't know that it's being used, they certainly don't know that it's being used all the time. And that it doesn't have to be used that way. These tools can be configured to, if you really do want to use them, you're only doing it during school hours. The third one is what the education system can and should be focused on all the time, which is equity, and how do we make sure that this doesn't run counter to that, which I've sort of talked about already. The fourth, which we don't have a ton of time to get into today, but this data is largely being collected by vendors, by third parties that school districts are paying to collect this kind of information. So at a minimum, they need to make sure that they are maintaining direct control over that information and what's happening with it, which means companies cannot retain this indefinitely. It needs to be deleted on a regular basis. There need to be use limitations on what that is. They can't just de-identify that information and then share it broadly. So it's really important that school districts maintain direct control of this information given its sensitivity. And then the final thing I'll say is school districts should be working with communities on how to make these decisions about what is collected about students and how. And they're not doing that now, and if they did do it, then I think having that kind of conversation and sort of actively talking about what some of the trade-offs are, I think could go a long way to trying to strike the right balance between bringing students and families online and making sure this doesn't come at the expense of their privacy. So in conclusion, if you remember nothing else from what I've said, please take away that closing the homework gap and bringing students and their families online is of critical importance. And it cannot come at the expense of their privacy because they have the most to gain by being brought online, and they have the most to lose by this kind of constant surveillance. So with that, I will wrap up and turn it back to Julian, and again, thank Cato for giving me an opportunity to present on my feet.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Those of you who caught our first morning panel certainly heard a little bit from Kashmir Hill about Clearview AI, a company that has risen to surprisingly rapid prominence in the domain of face recognition, substantially on the back of acquiring information that we've shared not for that purpose with a variety of social media platforms. So Freddie Martinez is a policy analyst at Open the Government who focuses on issues around transparency and law enforcement reform. He's also been tracking Clearview AI fairly closely, and he has some lessons he wants to share from the last 2 years of monitoring that company about the future of privacy. Freddie?
Thanks, Julian, and thanks, Cato, for having us back. I think it's been 2 years since we last spoke about facial recognition here. Let me see if that works. Great. So just about me, as Julian said, I'm a policy analyst at Open the Government. We're a DC-based nonprofit. Our coalition advocates for more open and transparent government. And my background is in technology, cybersecurity, before I started pivoting to policing and surveillance and FOIA. So if we want to rewind to about 2 years ago, the last time we were here, we were hearing that about half of all Americans were in one form or another of some facial recognition database. We heard that the FBI had something like 650 million images in its capacity to search. And we were seeing that Congress at least was holding some routine hearings on facial recognition technology and seemed to be interested in regulating it in some form or fashion. And so in 2019, when I joined Open the Government, we started a project with Beryl, who's in the audience, where we started doing a round of FOIAs to see what's been missing. So we had heard, that facial recognition was prolific in the country, but we wanted to see what we haven't, we wanted to catch up the research. So we sent hundreds of FOIAs with Muckrock and Open the Government, and one of the things that we found was this memo from Atlanta Police Department. And for those who send FOIAs routinely, you never get anything that's called attorney work product or privileged and confidential. This was a memo from Kirkland & Ellis, which is a massive law firm. And it was about Clearview AI, a company that we had never heard of. And in particular, reading through the memo, I talked to an attorney friend who sort of started pointing out some key features about this, other than the fact that it's an attorney work client privilege. So Kirkland & Ellis, massive law firm, this company that we had never heard of, Clearview AI. The memo was from Paul Clement, who used to be Solicitor General of the U.S., so clearly a very senior partner at Kirkland & Ellis. The date was 2019, and it was talking about the legal implications of Clearview. So from just looking at it, this is clearly a very expensive memo. It probably cost Clearview hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this analysis. And they talk about using user-uploaded images of faces in publicly available images. And then at the very bottom, it talks about how existing state biometric and privacy laws do not apply to the company, which is an incredible analysis, I guess. And then the other thing that stuck out to us is that they said that Clearview had collected billions of images. So comparing that to the FBI, who says that they have 650 million images, and now we have billions of images. So clearly we're talking about something that's on a different order of magnitude, right? And so Clearview AI, they claim that they have collected billions of images off of social media and that it sells access to those images to law enforcement. And then the fact that it claims that it's not subject to state laws like the Biometric Information Privacy Act of Illinois, it was incredible. And some of the places that they claim to collect images from, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, SoundCloud, LinkedIn, a bunch of places. Another thing about the company is that they claim that if you, for any reason, have your photo uploaded to the internet, that you've waived all kinds of privacy in your images. So let's say that we're going to Six Flags, for example, when someone takes a photo and I'm in the background and then that person uploads it to the internet, that somehow I've lost all interest in privacy of my image. So there's kind of this very strange way that they interpret consent. And the other thing that's really important to understand is that when you sign up for social media, in general, social media requires some kind of identifier, a face, image, email address, a phone number. So even if you set your profile to private, let's say I go to Facebook, create a new profile, upload my face, but I set the image to private, you're still sort of in scope of collection from Clearview. So Kashmir Hill broke the story for the New York Times, and some of the major findings was that they collected 3 billion images. Now they claim that they're up to 10 billion images. One thing that we found was that there were hundreds of police agencies using Clearview, and all that you had to do to gain access to the software is you would just have to email them from a police department email address, and then they would just sort of give you access to the software. And the use of these sort of free trials to drum up business is something that we've seen in other contexts of surveillance technologies. So for example, license plate reader technology. The fact that surveillance companies are giving away technology as a way of creating business for themselves has really sort of serious public policy concerns, especially around the Fourth Amendment. And the fact that sort of private businesses sort of just get away from this just by giving away technology is sort of one of the things that I think we need to grapple with, and I think we've talked about already. And one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about is after we broke, the story broke, we had dozens of people, reporters, reaching out to us, trying to find Clearview in their own backyard. And one of the things that we found is, one of the things that I kind of keep coming back to is that through our discussions, I think sort of our idea of how to think about Clearview has shifted significantly. And that's kind of what I want to talk about a little bit briefly. Some fallout, obviously, is that counties, cities, and states have started banning the technology. Governments have started investigating the technology. I think Canada called it a mass surveillance system that's clearly illegal. And the UK sort of says that Clearview owes at least $20 million for violating privacy laws. So we've seen sort of a huge amount of investigations and a huge amount of litigation around the company because of some of our investigations. And in fact, the company even tried to subpoena myself and open the government in one of its lawsuits. They did not succeed, but they did try. They tried to sort of get every document that we've ever obtained about the company. And okay, so very briefly, so how is Clearview used sort of in policing? This is an email that we've obtained. And this is a romance scam investigation. And the police department says, here's a photo, and I think that this person's Instagram is here, and another website associated with this person might be here. Good luck. And by the way, you can use this Instagram post to subpoena Instagram and try to find his IP address and find out who he is. If you go to his Instagram, there's photos of his children available. So clearly, very deeply personal information. Another example is a reporter at CNN had his photo ran through Clearview, and they found a photo of him when he was 15 years old at like a rugby club, right? And so, thinking about it, I don't think it's good or fair to say that it is a facial recognition vendor, but something like more akin to a mass surveillance system. And let me give you a few examples. In one example, Clearview was used by the founder to impress an investor. the investor had his daughter walk into a restaurant. He didn't recognize the date, took a photo of the person, and was able to find out his name sort of in real time with some images of where he, LinkedIn, Facebook, and things like that. And so when you think about the kind of information that's being collected and where it's being collected from, with Facebook, you can find a person's friends and family. With Instagram, you can find, places that they visit, places that they vacation, communities that they're involved in. LinkedIn, you can find out where a person works. You can find out hobbies, recreations, the rugby club. And, when we go back to this image where you're talking about an Instagram post, I think what we're talking about is really kind of a fundamental shift of privacy in ways that we're kind of not ready to deal with. And so the way I think about it now is that you're tracking, what Clearview does is that it tracks a person's historic and current internet sort of use over time using their biometrics as sort of selectors in the same way that like the NSA would use phone numbers or emails, or the FBI would use, again, social security numbers to track a person over time, right? If you know someone's social security number, you could find out, what bank they use, all sorts of things, right? And the fact that you can use a person's face to track this over time, I think is a fundamental shift in privacy that our society is not ready to grapple with. And to use the example again about identifying, someone's date, right? The fact that you can have this technology means that a stalker, rogue law enforcement, foreign spies can abuse these kinds of technologies in ways that I think, really should concern us, right? Imagine that you're a foreign diplomat trying to work overseas, and someone can take a photo of you at passport control and, pull up your college, yearbook photo and your interests in diplomatic services or law enforcement or whatever it is. So I think that this is the central thesis that I've sort of come to, is that we are just not ready to deal with this. This kind of long-term tracking using biometrics. Fingerprints maybe are a little bit more localized, but the fact that you can do this with a face at scale on the internet with 10 billion images is sort of kind of unprecedented. So what can we do about this? We've long advocated for a full moratorium on the use of facial recognition technology by the federal government. The Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would prohibit federal agencies from buying data that was obtained against the terms of services of another company. So in this case, Clearview violated Facebook's, Twitter's terms of services when they collected those images and started selling it, right? So something like the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act would go a long way in preventing abuse. And we've seen a lot of efforts on a local and state level to regulate facial recognition technology. And a lot of that has been a consequence of investigative journalism. And so with that, I will just say, gratitude to a lot of people who have helped these investigations, particularly my colleague Beryl in the crowd who did a lot of work with us. And yes, thank you for having us.
Thanks so much, Freddie, and of course all our speakers today. And thank you for joining us for this first virtual version of the Cato Surveillance Conference. Alas, even virtual speakers must eat, so we're going to take a break for lunch right now. But please do return and join us in an hour, right at 1 p.m. when we will have what should be a fascinating dialogue on the connection between anonymity and free speech, and then following that, what should also be a pretty interesting demonstration live of hacking devices on the Internet of Things, and precisely how vulnerable they can be, along with more flash talks coming up on a variety of topics. That's all after lunch. Please do join us at 1 p.m. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back to the afternoon session of the 2021 Cato Surveillance Conference in virtual form for the first time. We're here for our initial afternoon discussion session. As you may have noticed, we've changed our setup a little bit because the topic of this session is anonymity and freedom. And for reasons that will become clear shortly, one of our discussants needs, for her own safety, to remain anonymous. So I'll also ask anyone in the audience, there's a handful of people physically present, please no photographs of any kind. So we have on the one hand, Afsana Rigo, who is a researcher at Harvard's Belfer Center who studies the privacy and security needs of LGBTQ+ communities in the Middle East and North Africa, including issues like data harvesting from dating apps by homophobic regimes, and has chosen to write and work under a pseudonym for her own safety and the safety of her family. And on my left, Jeff Kosseff, a professor at the United States Naval Academy, probably best known for his book, The 26 Words That Created the Internet, the definitive study of Section 230, a small, obscure internet defamation liability rule that no one has ever discussed again. If the pattern holds, the fact that Jeff has a forthcoming book on called The United States of Anonymous, about the relationship between anonymity and speech and online discourse, means that we will be watching congressional hearings on that topic for the next several years on a weekly basis. I also want to just remind folks who are watching at home, your participation in the conference is part of the conference, so please, if you have questions for our speakers, you can ask questions on the Cato website alongside the video, on YouTube, or on Twitter by using the hashtag CatoSpyCon. I have a magical device that will allow me to convey your questions to our speakers. So yeah, I guess why don't we start with the historical perspective. If you've chosen to write a book focusing on the right to anonymous speech and the legal evolution of that doctrine. We live in sort of an era where I think anonymity, online anonymity, gets blamed for a whole lot of what's sort of toxic about internet culture. But we have a kind of robust, both sort of practical and legal tradition of anonymous speech. So what is it your research for this book sort of turned up about that picture?
Sure, well, thanks for having me, and I have to first give the disclaimer that everything I say is only on my behalf, not on behalf of the US Navy, the Department of Defense, the Naval Academy. Nobody wants to take responsibility for what I say except me. So with that disclaimer out of the way, yeah, so the history of anonymous speech really, when I was writing the book, at first I said, well, I'll just go back to the court cases that were really in the 1950s that established it. And then those court cases cited a lot of the foundational documents like the Federalist Papers, but then I went back even a little further to England, to the letters of Junius, which was a person who really did not like the king and had some really scathing commentary about the king, about the prime minister. Actually, his commentary about the prime minister made him step down, or was one of the driving factors. He had commentary about the colonies and how the colonies were being treated. And he was able to do it fully anonymously, or pseudonymously. He used a pen named Junius. There's now, hundreds of years later, there's at least, not consensus, but there's at least a plurality of historians believe that it was a certain individual, but there's still not a definitive consensus. And what I really found fascinating is I looked back at some of his private letters and other documents to see how Junius maintained anonymity, and it was pretty intricate. Junius would write something in his own hand, but then have someone else write it in their hand, so people couldn't tell who it might be. There were like 5 different drop-off points for the letters. It was pretty, for the 1700s, it was pretty good operational security at the time. And I traced that as well as a number of other foundational colonial documents, including Thomas Paine's Common Sense, the Zanger trial, which established pretty strong protections for the press, but that was the publication of anonymous pamphlets or anonymous newspaper articles, and the Federalist Papers, which Hamilton, Madison, and Jay wrote under the pseudonym Publius. And there were different rationales. So Junius very well had his safety at risk for if his name were associated. But there are other motivations, including business motivations. So you could lose your job if you're unmasked saying something that's unpopular. For the Federalist Papers and for Common Sense, it wasn't as much about safety, but it was about the actual speech impact, that something written by Alexander Hamilton has a different impact of something written under a Roman ruler's name. So there were a lot of different motivations, and I traced those motivations to the legal right to anonymous speech, which really started as a right to anonymous association in the 1950s, sort of post-Brown versus Board of Education. The NAACP was working to integrate schools in the South, and there were officials first in Alabama, then in Arkansas, who did not like that. And they fought really hard. And in Alabama, they found that the Alabama chapter of the NAACP had not complied with this bureaucratic rule about registering a corporation. And so the NAACP said, okay, we'll just register our corporation. And Alabama said, no, we're going to bring a lawsuit against you to shut you down. And not only that, but as part of the discovery in this bogus lawsuit, we are going to issue a discovery request for all your members' names. And there's obviously a good reason why the NAACP in Alabama in 1956 does not want to give its members names. Unfortunately, the judge at the state court in the case, he actually would later be the judge who presided over New York Times v. Sullivan before he was overturned.
Oh, right.
He was a white supremacist. And I can say that he wrote a newspaper column saying, I speak for the white race. He
racist and presumptuous.
Yes, and so he ruled in favor of Alabama, and this went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and in a unanimous ruling, the Supreme Court said, no, there's a very good reason to keep the NAACP members anonymous. And then a few years later, this is how it gets to speech. There was a civil rights activist in Los Angeles named Manuel Talley who was distributing pamphlets in Los Angeles to boycott a supermarket that was supporting discriminatory companies. And there was a local ordinance that he was arrested for saying that you must include the name of the person on a pamphlet. And he said, the supermarket doesn't include its name on its pamphlet, right. So why should I? And he was ruled against in the state level, goes up to the Supreme Court, and in a 7-2 opinion, the court says those same values for NAACP cases apply here to speech. And what I really want to drive home is that anonymity, it's framed in the First Amendment, but so much of it really comes down to the fear of persecution of groups that are marginalized. And I think we see this carry on to this day.
Yeah, which seems like a great point to turn to Afsane. You've written very compellingly about why you choose to write under a pseudonym. What are some of the modern ways in which anonymity is critical to?
Yeah. Thank you, first of all, for having me. And thanks, Jeff, for that outline. It's always fascinating to get this sort of lesson in history on this as well. So when it comes to my work, it's also imperative to show that some of the frames that show the need for anonymity always frame it around descendants or political activists and so on. But oftentimes it's just people trying to exist in contexts that make it difficult for them to exist. For example, in my research, we're looking at contexts where existing whilst being LGBTQ and queer in itself is a crime. And there are systems structurally, legally, that provide for the persecution, prosecution, and arrest. So the ability to be anonymous or have some sort of framework around pseudonyms, security frameworks, not only provides for safety, but provides for community, to continue to be part of a community, to meet, to fall in love, all the basics that other folks might take as like a granted. So a lot of the folks I do research around wouldn't really identify as activists, for example. And if I give a little bit of a background of some of the cases I'm talking about is, for example, focus countries of mine tend to be the Middle East and North Africa. These cases are not unique just to the Middle East and North Africa. It's just my mandate of where my research is and capacity base of how much I can do. But in like 2016, 2015, cases started coming out that in Egypt, Egyptian police were using things like dating apps and other communication tools to identify and entrap folks who were queer. So making fake profiles, finding them, making dates in specific locations, and then prosecuting them. And in these prosecutions that I've been studying for this report that's coming out soon around digital evidence, part of the thing that the prosecuting teams try and really firmly show is the sort of identity of individuals. So if we're talking about the need for anonymity online, like it's the baseline, because when it comes to these cases, so much is being done to prove the connection between, let's say, the entrapper's account, the screenshots of profiles that are being taken.
Okay.
We're okay? Yeah. And the sort of the case that's being prosecuted. So when it comes to anonymity and having that sort of privacy, the layers to it are even more than just names and real names. In these cases, I've seen court files where police are sort of triangulating ISP phone numbers to the real name, to the phone number in the case file, to the chat logs with the police officer to prove that this is the conversation that's happening to prosecute these individuals. So whenever I'm talking about anonymity in these contexts, for me, it's a difficult one, because if we're talking about like the base core of this, every other element of protection and security comes under scrutiny and is kind of being diminished from like the base level, because we need far more than that in these cases. Like having the option to be anonymous like now is just one thing. Having the option to ensure the sort of backlog of data and so on is also protected is another thing. And personally for me, it's meant that I can carry on my work and continue to do the sort of mission researches that I need to do in different contexts and protecting folks in my network and family. And it becomes quite frustrating where the same sort of, let's say, structures and governments and so on that would protect the type of work I'm doing in the countries that I'm doing would also push for policies and procedures that would risk me while I'm doing it. You know, it's always been an interesting counterpoint. But I think me and Jeff having this conversation has always been interesting to see how this is evolving, not just in the countries that I am working in, but it's in the US, in Europe, and the conversation continues and how that balances out in the context I'm in. I wonder like how you're seeing this evolving between the US and Europe as well, like the push to remove anonymity online, however they try and implement that.
Yeah, so that's a really great question, and it is one of the places where we're actually, I'd say, in a better position than Europe, because, Europe and the UK, I would say, is particularly in a dangerous position when it comes to anonymity, crackdowns on anonymity. There was recently a call to, there are numerous calls in the UK to impose some sort of real name requirements. And they're not really clear as to exactly what they want to do. I think there is a distinction between requiring people to register under their real names and requiring people to operate under their real names, but I don't think it's a huge gap between the two, especially if you're in a jurisdiction that has very little protections for the government or someone else getting the data. I think in the United States, there's been some calls. There's been one bill proposed basically that just says if a social media provider wants to get 230 protections, it all comes back to Section 230, that they have to verify the identity of people. But it also doesn't really go into specifics about how do you verify? Do they have to operate under it, or do they just have to have it on file? I think both are equally problematic from a First Amendment perspective. The courts haven't had that much of an occasion to rule on it under the First Amendment. The closest would be there have been a few laws involving requiring people on sex offender registries to provide the police with their online identifiers. And the courts have had mixed rulings to the extent that those identifiers are released to the public. The courts are much more likely to say that's a First Amendment violation, but there have been at least one appellate court ruling saying that if it's just giving it to the police, the laws do survive First Amendment scrutiny. So, but I still think the United States, particularly because of the unique composition of the support for anonymous speech on the Supreme Court, I think we're in a better place. I would say that still, I don't know some of the newer justices, but Justice Thomas has actually been the most ardent supporter of First Amendment anonymous speech protections, far more vocal than some of the liberal justices for very different reasons. He has written extensively saying, you know, I don't care about the history of anonymous speech. What I care about is what did freedom of speech in the press mean at the time of founding, because that's his thing, that's what he does. And he said at that time, so much of our discourse was done under pseudonyms. So I can't conceive of freedom of speech in the press being anything other than protecting anonymous and pseudonymous speech.
They were all heavy encryption users too.
Yeah, and I mean, Hamilton, in the book I read about Hamilton, Madison, and Jay, they actually used cipher to transmit the Federalist Papers and conceal their names, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, for me, it's also really interesting because a lot of these calls in Europe, especially, I mean, are very, I think maybe tactically quite vague about how it would be implemented, because it's very hard to implement. We've seen it in other contexts where these laws have been passed and it's just not reached any sort of implementation, like in places like Iran and so on. It's just meant increased arrests rather than an ability to actually stop anonymous accounts, because one, people are very savvy, two, this takes a lot of infrastructure to be able to do that. And for me, the other side, which is interesting for me with your work too, is like with the UK and other jurisdictions trying to push this, it becomes a lot about the liability placed on the companies themselves. And I've seen in my work over and over again when these sort of liabilities and the sort of risks for companies come into play, the sort of implementation becomes a question of how the private entity protects itself in that context. Of course, it's a private company. There may be good intentioned folks inside each company, there always is, but essentially the company is going to look after its own interests. And when there is this high risk of, let's say, different types of sanctions or fines and so on, the most vulnerable users often get bulldozed in this context. So we've seen things like sanctions policies in places like Iran, where there is an exemption from the US that allows for communication tools and circumvention tools to be sold inside the country so civilians can use it. But companies over-comply. The incentive is to over-comply, which has meant that access to even circumvention tools and VPNs and things like that have been fully blocked. So I think often people envisage this sort of attempt to keep corporations and companies accountable through these frameworks, whether it's through 230, like removing 230. I think they imagine it as being a lot more effective than it is. The reality is they have really great legal teams and frameworks, and it won't be framed in a way that's protecting the folks that it's supposed to protect. And we've seen it over and over again, as we had discussed previously around FOSTA and other sort of contexts where...
For the folks listening who may not know what FOSTA is.
I'll pass it on to you to do the FOSTA. But the folks mostly at the margins, whether it's sex workers, whether it's like folks in countries where revenue isn't the biggest incentive for the country, whether it's like the biggest, the folks who are like, whether refugees, migrants, and so on, who aren't the primary revenue bringers or like focus of a company, they get thrown off as fast as possible. And there isn't that much data to prove that any of this has led to any protection of the framed groups that it is supposed to protect. So I often get lost in these conversations where people think somehow like removing 230 or similar sort of policies or legislations that bring around huge liability is going to create this safety net for everyone. It's not been the case so far. And yes, if you could give folks the FOSTA background, that would be amazing.
Sure. Again, I'll just also add that, I mean, we have a test case of this with Facebook.
Right.
I mean, Facebook has long had a real name policy that I think that it's well-intentioned, but I think that I don't think after reviewing the cases where people have been kicked off and people have had to give various justifications, I don't think that it serves the public interest. And I think that that can be a learning experience when we get these proposals saying, oh, let's just make that required of all platforms, or let's condition 230 on someone giving their driver's license, or what. I mean, I think the marginalized groups will be further marginalized, and I think that's really a very real risk. For FOSTA, this is something that it really emerged from a 2016 court case involving Backpage, which is now offline, that was a online classified section that had a number of uses. It was known to be used by people who were sex trafficking, and there was a lawsuit against Backpage by 3 women who were trafficked on Backpage when they were 15 years old. I've read through all the case files. It's a devastating case. It's hard to get through those court documents. They sued. It goes up to the First Circuit, and I think the first line is something like, "This is a hard case," and they say that these are the allegations. And the judges pretty much say, we wish we could do something, but there's this law called Section 230, and we think Congress should think about rewriting it. And that got attention. There was a documentary about some of the plaintiffs that got a lot of attention, and then Congress got involved, and they proposed a variety of different iterations of SESTA and FOSTA, some which were better than others, some which were more narrowly tailored, others were not. I'd say the big platforms did not have a very cohesive public relations strategy to deal with this, because they had kind of viewed Section 230 as this written in stone and it wasn't going to change. I don't think they handled it very well, so they were largely shut out until the end. And the result was a law that I've read dozens of times, and parts of it, I cannot tell you how it works, because it's like different knowledge standards, and courts are getting confused about it also, because it's not clear what they create new cause of action, but it's not exempt from 230. But the big problem, I think, stepping back, is it does not just address sex trafficking. It also addresses sex work, and it has substantially reduced online safety for sex workers. And I mean, this is, we've heard complaints from advocates as well as law enforcement. And we've seen a lot of reduction in platforms. Craigslist, for example, eliminated its personals section altogether right after this was passed. And the whole irony of it is that Backpage ends up getting shut down a few days before FOSTA is signed into law, because there's always been an exception in Section 230 for federal criminal law. So the FBI seized Backpage. Now there's the criminal case that's going on on the merits there. But I mean, the entire point was this FOSTA wasn't even necessary to address the problem that started this, which was the Backpage case.
Yeah, and I feel like there are certain groups like Hacking Hustling and so on, run by sex workers who are focusing on the digital issues, who highlight exactly how this, in effect, one, has not really led to much protection of victims of trafficking, but two, has led to, as you mentioned, increased risks for sex workers because they're being thrown off different platforms. Fintech platforms or financial technologies that would provide a way for sex workers to make an income, throwing sex workers off repeatedly, the sort of safer places for them to even be able to work, are pushing them off. So like this context that it was created with a certain group in mind, not only did it really not protect the folks that it was intended to protect, but it really created this huge risk for this marginalized group, and it reverberated in other contexts as well. So it's kind of hard for me to see how this like new revamped push around anonymity is gonna turn up, even when I'm doing a lot of my work when it comes to identifying the documentation of what's happening in these cases, bringing out the data, talking to the companies themselves about recommendations of what should be done to create necessary safer spaces for folks who need these tools to have community, to exist, because the question is never, okay, the police are using something like Grindr, let's ban Grindr. That's not a situation that we would ever land on, because it's necessary. That and other similar apps are necessary, but it's like the question of how to be a bit more quote unquote creative, a bit more kind of intentional about the way we want to look at these technologies, whether it's around accountability and responsibility. A lot of my work, I talk about the fact that we're documenting these cases and these abuses that are happening, and the companies are responsible to respond. However, the way at least our teams and I have like pushed around the responsibility isn't around the sort of legal liabilities, because often they don't serve the folks we're talking about, is around providing them with the tools and protections they need on the app. And the lawyers I talk to, the community members I talk to, often come up with the same sort of recommendations around pins, disappearing messages, panic buttons, direct line of communications between lawyers and the companies, so if something. But I've had pushback on some of the most basic recommendations to get implemented, not from the companies themselves, but because it's kind of lumped up with this context of, if you provide more discretion and anonymity on these tools, you're risking folks like children and other groups without a lot of data to back that. Whereas there is like so many different ways children's organizations have been asking for more support structurally around what's happening in these cases when it comes to cases of abuse, like racial abuse online. I've seen in the UK and other places a jump towards we need to ban anonymous accounts online, where it's like, when are we going to actually talk about the structural and institutional layers that allow for this abuse online? And most of the accounts are public. So it's been really difficult, and I foresee more difficulty. Recently, some changes came in, and for these cases I've been working on. And I guess, I don't know, the note I would love to discuss is how do we highlight that there is this balance about individuals and communities at risk, especially when there's such a emotive dialogue going on about this issue right now, internationally and nationally.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because to be clear, there are some bad uses of anonymous speech. There are bad uses of speech with your real name, bad uses online, bad uses offline. I mean, that's kind of the world we live in, and I think you're right. There's not any compelling evidence that anonymity and pseudonymity are worse or are used in a worse way. I mean, I think some people superficially might look at it and say, yeah, that's the case. But when you dig deep into the cases, you think both, well, anonymity is not what's really driving this. And even if you had some sort of law, it's probably going to get circumvented by the worst actors, and the people it's going to affect are the people who just want to comply with the law and often really have a valid need to be anonymous. There are so many of them. I mean, I write in my book, I spend a chapter writing about someone who got one of the largest cyber stalking related sentences, more than 17 years. It's a horrific case. And he has a computer science degree, and he used people kind of suspected it was him, but he was able to, at least for about a year, prevent being caught because he was able to use enough Tor on top of VPNs, et cetera. And I mean, at first you think, okay, well, this is a case to say, let's get rid of anonymity. But then I think, would that really matter for him? Because he was really dedicated to this. Similarly, I have a chapter about Tor, and I write about all the good uses of Tor. I also look at cases involving Playpen, which was a child sex abuse material site. But when you go deep on these cases, one of the people who got a very long sentence, when the police investigated, found that he had been distributing and receiving child sex abuse material since the early 2000s. This was not using Tor. This wasn't using onion sites. So there are much deeper problems there that it's easy to just sort of, I mean, it's the same with the 230 debate. It's easy to just say, oh, the problem's anonymity. If we get rid of anonymity, everyone becomes good.
Yeah.
And I wish that if that were the case, I would support it.
Right,
But
exactly.
that's not going to happen. And it's frustrating because I think part of it is the policymaking arena where they want quick and easy. It's like with Section 230, oh, let's just create health misinformation laws. It's like, how could that be misused? It's
So it occurs to me that one thing, and maybe I'm jumping back a little bit, it occurs to me that one thing both of you brought out was the way anonymity is kind of connected to associational rights and to the creation of community. And I think there's a natural tendency to think of anonymous speech and freedom of speech as being about, the individual's right to express their speech, as opposed to, the original legal basis, which is, in a sense, the right to associate in a certain way, right to create a community. But it also occurs to me that if you frame this around associations or communities more than just individual speech, then in a sense, not necessarily anonymity, but pseudonymity that becomes more important, because if it's just me speaking, I can be anonymous. If we're trying to create a community, we need some kind of persistent identifiers so that we can speak in a way that's not connected to our external identities. But that also sort of creates additional difficulties, because that's another anchor right. So it's hard to anonymize anything that's a persistent identifier over time. So I wonder, I don't want to derail if that's sort of not where you guys were going, but the sort of the tension between that, the difference between pseudonymity and anonymity, and how that creates additional challenges.
One thing, I mean, is a little bit further than that. In some of my research, it was really interesting in like the beginning stages where I was asking folks in Iran, Egypt, and Lebanon that we were doing research around and surveying, like, what do you want to see on the apps, and what do you want to provide about yourself on the apps? And it was like it's so natural in a way of like folks using different technology, especially dating apps in itself. Of everybody wanted to remain anonymous, but they wanted a lot of information about the other person, which is like a, you know, for someone like me, yes, it makes you giggle a little bit, but that's the challenge. Like, how do we provide that, right? How do we provide this element, especially in part of like creating community in a context where folks are trying to meet someone in such an intimate context? And there is this tension that comes from it, but there are different existing models that show there are ways to create certain levels of trust without it being intrusive and like outing people's identities. Like in that piece I'd written, I'd highlighted the work of AHWA, this platform created for the same community, queer communities in MENA, which was around like gamification, so increasing trust based on the activity of the individual, people that knew certain individuals, like different layers of it, that created this level of like color-based gamification. So it was really interesting. There were certain apps such as Planet Romeo that had versions of this where there was you could flag if you've met someone or if you know someone as trusted. So instead of like the sort of blue star you get on social media, it was more of like a trust one. All of these have flaws in it themselves. The question for us has always been that we're not going to continue to look at this as a necessity for verification, which is what often when people look at work like mine would push for. They were like, oh, if there's law enforcement officers or different sort of actors here making fake accounts on these tools and want to arrest people, you should verify them. No, because that's going to harm the folks that we're trying to protect more. The question is, how do we start creating research and work to find alternative ways where pseudonymity, where sort of building community, where this sort of creating trust can still exist without it being in a context where everybody has to provide every single piece of information about themselves that can eventually be used against them. So it hasn't been answered yet, but people are working on it. And to try and increase interest in this as a necessity, because currently what is being pushed for and what we're seeing is just going in a really bad direction. I wish it would go in a direction of, hey, we should actually start thinking about more creative ways of dealing with this. We should think about, you know, one of the things I am doing with my current fellowship is like this framework I'm currently calling, might change, design from the margins, is like, how do we design technology or policy around those most impacted that will benefit, like it's a good marker for how it will benefit the rest of society when you're protecting those most at the margins. And if you're creating some more creative, quote unquote creative, but well-researched methodologies for these things, there's so many ways we could do this that just require a bit more funding, a little bit more resources and focus rather than the knee-jerk versions of how we're looking at it right now. Like you said, there's loads of ways that speech online or activities online have been harmful, but we can come up with better ways of dealing with it than to kind of have the really easy versions of less bad anonymity online, which never works anyway.
So the thing is, if I can kind of see if you would kind of agree with this, maybe way of encapsulating that is that you have this sort of problem in some of these online spaces like dating apps, especially for sort of queer communities and regions where that's not popular, where there's a sort of dilemma of, well, it's dangerous for me to engage with you without knowing something about you, but it's also dangerous for me to disclose too much about myself. So we kind of have a sort of a first mover problem, and maybe you're suggesting, but the issue there is not really identity. The issue is trust. And if you can build mechanisms for trust that don't rely on identity, that the dilemma sort of dissolves. Is that?
One thing I want to point out here is also this is the case for a lot of marginalized communities in very different contexts. People have very much learned how to stay safe in contexts that haven't provided for their safety. Like some of the folks I know that are the most tech savvy and incredibly inventive in staying safe online and so on are sex workers, for example, because they had to provide that for themselves. Queer communities in these contexts that I work in have many ways of keeping themselves safe. So for me, it's always like, why aren't we kind of tapping into the knowledge that already exists, how people are already navigating these things to understand the ways we could potentially find better pathways to provide for safety in this trust element, and that doesn't require a knee-jerk policy of just banning the accounts or creating verification processes. It's not going to be easy, so it's not like if we do that, it'll lead to a perfect solution, mainly because most companies and most platforms and stuff have a different idea of how this should be done too. But for me, I think it is that we really need to think deeper and also engage the folks who are already doing this themselves and ask those questions of, okay, how do we provide for the methods you're already using and provide better tools for that, rather than, well, here's a thing we've just decided on, you should do this. So it's hard for me to say whether it'll be solved that way, but not enough focus has been put on that method for us to see whether it won't be or it will be. It's just, I wish there was more power put into the context of how folks already know what they need, especially in these contexts, and kind of framed it a little bit better around those things. I guess there's less political will around that than what's happening right now, as you know.
I wonder actually if, because I think we've heard a couple of different pictures of a sort of background question here, which is how feasible is it for a kind of normal person to remain anonymous or pseudonymous in the modern era? You talked about Junius using sort of proxies for handwriting and dead drops, which apparently was effective enough that we still are not sure who it was. On the other hand, you talked about some very sophisticated people with computer science degrees who were using all these technologies to, but the setup was, and they're in jail now. So I guess not that effective. I feel like there's a sense that maybe there's a popular sense that sort of whatever the law is, the technology now makes it possible for the very sophisticated to be sort of hyper anonymous, but for kind of normal people, we are sort of so thoroughly fingerprinted and leaves so many breadcrumb trails that it's almost a sort of a futile endeavor. And I'm just curious what both of you, especially as someone who is actively kind of engaged in protecting pseudonymity, what's your sense of how feasible it is for normal people?
Sure. I'll go up.
Yeah, I mean, in the book I write about, the courts really have recognized that anonymity is not binary, and I call it anonymity empowerment. So they don't. It's very difficult, especially now, to be 100% anonymous, but you can at least protect certain identifying information, at least from certain people, for a certain amount of time. So if I were to go on an anonymous bulletin board that didn't log IP addresses and start posting things about my life, there might be enough details that I might not even realize that someone could say, oh, well, I mean, I have a commute from Arlington to Annapolis, which is a crazy commute, and I think there's probably not all that many people there. So if I wrote, hey, I have a commute from Arlington to Annapolis, that at least narrows down the field of people who are posting. But the Supreme Court has recognized that you can protect identifying information even if there is a way to figure out who you are. There was a case in the late 90s where there was a Colorado law that required door-to-door signature gatherers for ballot initiatives to wear name badges.
The McIntyre?
No, this came a few years after. This was Buckley.
Buckley. Right.
So this was, and the Colorado justified it. This was after McIntyre, where they sort of reaffirmed this anonymity right. And Colorado said, well, this is okay because the people have their faces displayed. So it's fine to require them to wear badges that say their name because they're already showing their faces. And what the Supreme Court said is, yeah, they might be recognizable, but the First Amendment protects their ability to say, I don't want to disclose my name, even if I'm disclosing my face. On the flip side, there have been courts that have found that anti-mask laws, which say you can't wear masks in public places, that those are unconstitutional because as applied to the Ku Klux Klan, for example. So there's this idea that, okay, we're not going to necessarily have perfect anonymity, and especially in the online environment. I mean, there are some websites that don't log IP addresses, many do. But you could be using Tor or VPN. The person in that harassment case I was talking about, the way he was identified was his VPN kept logs.
Right. And as a friend likes to say, a VPN is just another ISP.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, you're right. I mean, eventually people often will get caught, but that's not a reason to say, well, we won't protect it, because where it comes up most often in courts are subpoenas. And I write a lot about, in the late 90s, what happened was people were going to Yahoo Finance and posting about their employers being bad companies. And this infuriated the executives because they had never really been subject to public criticism from lowly employees. They've been subject maybe to business journalists criticizing them, but they would file these really bogus defamation or trade secrets lawsuits. And as part of that, they'd subpoena their IP address from Yahoo, then do a second subpoena to the ISP. And the courts finally stepped in and said, hey, you've got to have a really strong case to be able to do that. So even when someone is traceable, there is a First Amendment value in at least not using the legal system to unmask them. Now, the problem, and I tackled this in the last part of my book, is, the First Amendment, despite what a lot of people in the Section 230 debate say, the First Amendment restricts government action. It doesn't restrict private action. And there's a whole lot of really sensitive identifying information that companies have about us that can identify us. And the First Amendment's not going to protect that. We need a privacy law that restricts the ability to really, in often dangerous ways, identify people.
So this is actually, Catherine Strandberg is fond of making the point that sort of the modern equivalent of the NAACP membership list would be all of the internet metadata that would identify people as members of a listserv or an online forum or any number of other kinds of ad hoc groups. But we have a sort of Fourth Amendment doctrine presumption, well, that data is unprotected, available via a subpoena on a very low standard, not particularly constitutionally protected, even though it seems fairly clearly like the sort of the direct corollary of the associational information that was found to be protected in NAACP. I wonder, I guess, do either of you think, is this a case for rethinking, maybe in First rather than Fourth Amendment terms, how we protect metadata, or is it a mistake to focus too much on, the sort of the legal structure as opposed to the technical architectures that protect that kind of metadata?
I think that going also back to part of the initial question as well, is like it's very hard to protect anonymity as it is. Like, even in my case, if someone wanted to go deep, it's very hard. but there are layers to it, of the layers of what you need protected in what scenarios. So the metadata stuff does become very important when it comes to like very sophisticated and technical aspects of these identifiers, depending on who is trying to identify whom. If it's, for example, in the US context, in the certain groups, I remember there were certain university organizing groups, like BLM groups, whose the same sort of names on their serves was trying to, there were different like sort of law enforcement efforts to try and identify their names. It's easy to get that information. And in those contexts, the metadata becomes really important to try and protect. In other cases, in like the context I am working on, the way folks are identified is a lot more manual. It's like very traditional police methodologies. They don't even need to go into that sort of sophisticated framework to do that. And you see that over and over again in communities with less protection here. You can see it with like undocumented and refugee and migrant communities and the way ICE works. The sort of metadata becomes important, but also like there's just very manual methods of like stop and search and profiling that happens, that or like online sort of surveillance, or basic levels of it, and finding the networks and stuff, where basic layers of anonymity become just as fundamental as the metadata side of it. So for me, I think two sides of it become, but sometimes the conversation in my field as well becomes really focused in on the very sophisticated elements of gathering data and information and surveillance, whereas like the sort of manual methods of it, where this conversation around anonymity becomes so important, get lost in the debate a little bit. And I'm hoping with some of like the upcoming report and stuff, I can like really encourage folks to think about the fact that sometimes in some contexts, it's much easier to identify folks without sophisticated technologies. And therefore we need these base levels of protection. When we're talking about being able to talk pseudonymously online, that's the basics. like encryption, anonymity, that's the basics. We need a lot more if we're trying to protect the folks that we want to protect. But the sort of legal frameworks around protecting data also becomes really important. But I think my point here is that kind of more basic levels of it shouldn't get lost in the process.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Fourth Amendment, and I mean in sort of government investigations, whether it's a grand jury subpoena or a criminal investigation or even an administrative agency investigation, the courts generally, for unmasking online posters, apply a much lower First Amendment standard than they would in a civil defamation lawsuit. But the problem is the Fourth Amendment is not a great backdrop for the reasons you discussed. I was kind of hopeful post-Carpenter that would change, but that has not changed for IP address data. The courts have, there have been a number of even appellate court opinions that say no, Carpenter, an IP address or subscriber data is very different than cell site location information.
Right. It's ironic because the sort of the British cases that we sort of point to as the kind of foundation of the Fourth Amendment are essentially all about rooting out anonymous speakers, the North Britain 45 and all that. So there was a question, so I noticed we have a couple of questions, and they're all from anonymous people this time, so that seems totally
nice.
Totally appropriate. I think this is probably a question for Jeff or Professor Kossoff, is there a legal distinction between pseudonymity and anonymity? Are those treated legally different in any way? And what would you envision as a sort of statutory amendment that would leave those better situated?
So legally, there's not a difference for the First Amendment protections. They've applied equally to pseudonymous speech and anonymity. So, I mean, in an ideal world, we're not going to get into passing statutes about anonymity because I think that would only be dangerous.
This is like, what you've learned from 230 is if the status quo is sort of okay, don't tinker with it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Yep.
So I also someone's sort of curious about how, I guess what kind of attacks, I don't mean physically, but what kind of de-identification attacks the communities that you're concerned about face.
I'll give you an example. About 2 years ago now, there was, so outside the law enforcement context, there was a social media influencer who, for one reason or another, decided that she wanted to give a training on how folks could go on these different apps, find the profiles, take screenshots and put them on Facebook. So it's like this was a Morocco outing campaign. And hundreds and hundreds of folks. And
so this wasn't even like the government doing this. This was terrible human beings.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it took off. And in that context in Morocco, most of the community had been doing fine. Like the laws existed, but nothing was really happening. Societally, it was okay. But this sort of case came in, and sort of it was this mass outing that happened, and folks like myself and other rapid responders had to like communicate directly with the companies to try and get all of these pages removed. So when this sort of context where the profiles were being all outed online, often a link to people recognizing a certain person and then the names being linked and their whole identity. It was quite tragic, even though we were doing rapid response to get as much removed as possible and this person's account removed. It had devastating consequences. People were fired, people were kicked out of their houses, there were suicides, at least two suicide attempts and one person who lost their life. So that's one version of it, right? The sort of unmasking that we're talking about. The other sort of versions of it is like the sort of legal, like quote unquote legal versions of it in contexts where it allows for law enforcement or their contracted informants and so on to sort of surveil and identify individuals and bring them into courts. And it's interesting because I think if there was a even lower level of ability for folks to be anonymous online, these same factions would use it immediately to identify folks. And like I mentioned with the ISPs and so on, the triangulation of data to prove the identity of an individual and to a specific profile would, like, if they could just get access to all of that information easily from companies, they would immediately. They just kind of don't need to. There's so many different layers of it. With me, it would be, I guess, links to the type of work I'm doing, the communities I'm working with. If outside my own context, if something were to happen, the whole networks that have worked with me would be sort of outed similarly in the type of work. There's so many different layers of it, so the sort of protections that are necessary are also complex and multi-layered. This is why I keep kind of pushing this concept that we're talking about the baseline of what's needed in these contexts. So yeah, I think I gave you a taste of some of the different things that could happen. I mean, it's always very depressing thinking about it, but I do want to land on the fact that communities like the queer communities and the other communities we've been discussing are very resilient, very creative, and continuously growing and expanding. So it's not all dire, but it is part of our responsibility, whether it's someone like me as an advocate and researcher or companies and so on, to be thinking about it in like a broader, more creative way to provide the sort of necessary support outside some of the conversations I'm hearing these days that are really lowering my spirits around this stuff.
I'm curious how. How responsive were the companies?
In these contexts?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Depends on which company. Some of them are very responsive. Some of them are less responsive. Some of my favorite changes that have come about have been, for example, like my favorite cases have been with Grindr. They did have to respond because so much of it was happening with their app in particular. But also there were a few individuals on the inside that really wanted to ensure some changes did happen. For example, in our research, folks were saying we want to continue to use the app, but how do we hide the app in plain sight when it comes to, let's say, border police or army checks? It's because the Grindr symbol itself is so recognizable. And our technologists and our teams, and actually the recommendation itself came from folks in Lebanon in different contexts. It's like, how do you cloak the app in itself so it adds a layer of security? Long story short, now if you look on Grindr, you can turn it into a calculator or a calendar, and when we're talking about designing for those folks most impacted, this thing came about because the case study was about Syrian queer refugees in Lebanon. You can't get more nuanced than that at this context. Everybody wants this feature. Now it's globally free. And then they brought in things like disappearing messages and blocking screenshots and so on. And it's available everywhere, but not all companies were that responsive. Some of the other ones are more and more responsive. The problem is not everyone has the amount of information and data we have. So it's a little bit difficult to say the changes happen in all contexts. But some of them weren't very responsive. Some of them didn't even accept that these cases were happening. It's very hard and annoying. So yeah, I think it really depends. And it goes back to this context of where their user base and their priorities lie. So yeah, we can probably talk about that more off stage.
I mean, there's this interesting, one of the sort of difficulties now is, right, the business model for so many technology companies is monetizing data one way or another, and right, a lot of sort of best practices around privacy in general, but anonymity in particular, involve, right, a sort of level of Ulysses lashing himself to the mast and not choosing to collect and store all the data they might. And so in a sense, it's like you're saying, well, some companies are prepared to take that step, and others less so. But right, the more that data is compiled, the more difficult it is to have any assurance that you can't be de-anonymized. Is there? I mean, do you sense that that's? I just assume that the book you're writing is going to turn into some kind of massive culture war thing. So I mean, is that where the next sort of fight around anonymity is? So to say the status of the kind of identifying information, either legally or culturally?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that already a bit in the 230 debate, because you're seeing people finally realize that changing Section 230 is not going to fix the internet. And I think the debate has died down a little bit this year compared to last year in terms of the focus on, I mean, the fact that 230 was at presidential campaign rallies is just mind-blowing that anyone would mention that. That was something that I couldn't even get academic publishers to get interested in 2016. So in 2020, so I feel like there's been a recognition that there's the First Amendment and there's other reasons why platforms both moderate and don't moderate. So we've started to see some folks say, okay, well, the real issue is let's have the users responsible, or the speakers responsible. So let's figure out a way to make them authenticate themselves. And there's not been any really deep dive yet into well, how do you do that? And I mean, what are the harms? And will you get the bad actors? So I fear that we're starting to see that. I mean, I as much as I want to sell books, I don't want that to be the reason. But I also think that one thing we haven't discussed as much, and this happens, this is more for certain cases. Every so often we see a public official or public figure get unmasked for saying stuff that's not all that kind about other people on social media, whether it's a government official or it can really be hateful stuff and not just uncivil. And when you look at these cases, these often are people who have a lot of access to information, and you would think they understand the risks of doing that in 2021, but repeatedly we see people who, I think there's a risk perception issue also, of people who might assume they're more anonymous than they actually are. So I think part of the issue is people don't necessarily have a good understanding of how easy it is for them to be unmasked. And I think that's a big problem as well.
I think there's one, I feel like I'll just be remiss if I don't at some point during this session bring it up. The case of the Devin Nunes cow. This was an online Twitter account that sort of existed to mock outgoing, apparently, Congressman Devin Nunes, who related to a story about a family farm with cows. So this sort of satirical account posed as Devin Nunes' cow. And Nunes was so sort of incensed by this that he wanted to sue the cow for defamation, and ultimately the Justice Department during the Trump administration ended up trying to serve a subpoena on Twitter to identify the cow. And that's a case where Twitter ended up sort of pushing back and stalling that process until the change of administrations, when the Biden administration sort of backed down. But as it turns out, it would be fairly trivial, and it's sort of surprising that this is a case where it really sure seems like the Justice Department was just sort of willing to help de-anonymize a political critic of a friendly congressman in order to assist him in a harassment lawsuit. And so it was sort of, I guess, fortunate that it didn't succeed, because in the instance, Twitter, I guess, knew who that was and chose to push back, when normally you would just sort of say, oh, DOJ wants this person's identity. Well, sure. So that seems like an interesting case where a whole lot really turned on the kind of chance of a company kind of recognizing the stakes of the situation and being willing to push back, when in most contexts, right, we don't expect the intermediary to have the kind of either the stake or the or really even the knowledge that, hey, this is potentially inappropriate. Is it? I mean, to what extent is it a problem that we're kind of counting so much on these sort of intermediaries that don't particularly care about us to do the right thing?
Yeah, I mean, some companies are really good about it. So Twitter is overall, in a lot of different cases, really good about advocating for its users. Anonymity, Glassdoor, where people post reviews of employers, they get quite a few subpoenas, understandably, from angry employers, and they fight those subpoenas, and they do. I mean, they're not like Facebook or Twitter size, and they devote substantial resources to doing it. So I mean, you're right, a lot does depend on what the intermediaries do. I mean, Yahoo in the late 90s, those sort of foundational cases, they were getting a ton of subpoenas, and for the first few years, they didn't even notify people that their information was being subpoenaed. So someone would find out after the subpoena is fulfilled. And now the companies are at least better at notice. But yeah, I mean, there is a wide variety. But I'd say as much flack as Twitter gets for a lot of things, it's on anonymous speech, it's actually quite good.
Yeah, it's interesting in some of the bilateral discussions I would have behind the scenes with some of the companies. Initially I would ask the question of, like, what do you do when you get subpoenas from other jurisdictions where these cases exist? And they never, outside the US, or depending on where they were jurisdictionally based, outside of that context, the smaller ones I would talk to didn't really have a framework. They would just say we would assess case-by-case basis of where the request is coming from, and often we just refuse because we have no need to respond to these cases unless something in the sort of context of where they're based comes in. But it was always interesting for me because it was like, oh, it really does depend on, when it comes to these external subpoenas, who's looking at them and what decision they take. It seemed like, at least in my conversations, that they were taking a stance that usually they would just say no. But like, that's a lot of discretion there. There's a lot of discretion there. But because I got the same response each time, and it seemed like that wasn't a big issue to look into. And all of the cases I've been looking at in this report that's coming, none of them indicate that any information had come from any of the companies, mainly because it wasn't necessary. And I say if it was available to them, they would 100% use them, but it just wasn't necessary. But it is interesting for me that so much of it remains on like their discretion when it comes to these cases. But thankfully, most of them seem to have been good on that front so far as I know.
So we have just a couple minutes left. I think I've addressed a couple of, well, the one thing I assume this is a question related to FOSTA and SESTA, and someone was just sort of wondering how, how, is it just that people aren't reading these things or and relying on staff to, and I just don't understand the consequences, but that's a little marginal and probably more of a rhetorical question. So I guess I just want to, because we only have a couple minutes, sort of ask if you have any kind of summing thoughts out of this conversation.
I think my summing thoughts will probably go back to this context of like, there is a space to think about these issues with better nuance and better creative frameworks. And we have enough historical, legal, and like evidentiary background to show that the way it's been dealt with up until now has just not been sufficient, and a lot of folks have been harmed in the process. I think for me, I'm hoping, especially if the dialogues, whether in the US or in the UK or in Europe or in the different countries we all working, continue down a very bizarre path, that more pushback is added to show that there are folks at the margins, at the peripheries, that are really getting crushed. And there are ways to deal with these sort of situations in a more creative way that kind of benefits a lot of folks. I do want to land on the fact that we do have a prerogative to be thinking about these things differently. And also there is incentive, because with like the case I said, for example, with the Grindr case, sometimes it leads to really cool outcomes that we might not have envisaged. So I just want to land on this hopeful note that, yeah, let's hope that when these conversations continue and the importance of these things like anonymity are enforced, folks that get impacted most don't get pushed out of the conversations.
Yeah, I guess I'm still kind of shaken from the whole past few years of Section 230 that I do fear that, I mean, we had one thing we didn't discuss was at a recent one of the zillion Facebook hearings, Senator Blumenthal asked a Facebook representative if they would commit to ending FINSTA. And it was a big joke because but I think there was a deeper problem there in saying, well, we don't want those fake accounts. The only real account is with someone's name, and then think about the children. And I think it's important. I mean, think about online safety, but I think there are also a lot of very good reasons for having a FINSTA, having pseudonymous accounts. And I hope that just sort of so many of the issues that you've really discussed and the impact on so many communities will be at the front and center of the debate. That's what I hope. I'm not terribly optimistic, just the way that things work here, but I do worry about the sort of knee-jerk reactions of anonymity is bad for kids, so let's figure something out. I think that would really have some devastating impacts on so many different groups.
Yeah, I mean, so the default is, of course, well, anonymity will prevent children from, prevent parents from protecting their children, but in a sense, right, the worst situations are the one where the child needs anonymity from to be protected from the parent. Just, you know, hope it's not the majority of situations, but vital in when it does occur. We are, I'm afraid, up against our time limit. I'm really grateful to both of you for taking time to come and speak with us today. And to, of course, the audience for joining us. We will fade to black for about 15 minutes while we stretch our legs and take a break. But when we come back, we will have what I hope will be a pretty exciting demonstration of just how easy it is to hack devices on the Internet of Things. So stand up, take a bio break, but come back to your screen in 15 minutes and check it out. Thank you again. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Cato Institute's 2021 virtual surveillance conference. We've got something a little unusual for our next session. Not another panel, although there are policy implications and angles here, but a practical demonstration. The internet increasingly is not just a network for dogs to call each other names on, but a network connecting devices, increasingly ubiquitous, networked, sensor-embedded devices that are shockingly vulnerable in a way that we would probably be horrified by if our phones and our laptops and our tablets were similarly susceptible to compromise. And indeed, we probably should be equally horrified that our toasters and webcams and baby monitors and increasingly automobiles have not been designed with security at the forefront in the way increasingly we see is necessary for our personal mobile devices. And so to not just tell you about that, but demonstrate it, we have a couple of excellent security researchers at the top of their field. We have Bo Woods with the Atlantic Council and Daryl Halen, who will follow him shortly thereafter, who's a principal in security research at Rapid7. I'll turn this over to Bo Woods.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome to the IoT hacking demonstration. I wear a lot of hats. One of those, as Julian mentioned, is I am a cyber safety innovation fellow with the Atlantic Council. Another one is I'm an author and just got finished publishing a book called Practical IoT Hacking. Now, this book was not just to teach people how to break things. We also wanted to make sure that we contextualize this because, as Julian said, the Internet of Things is not just toasters and webcams and refrigerators. It's also medical devices, it's cars, it's building automation systems, it's the elevators that you get up, go up and go down in every day in your home or where you work. So given that, I wanted to prime this audience a little bit before we jump into a hacking demonstration to help understand what the consequences are, what the impacts are, and to think about what some of the approaches are to address these things. We don't want to just leave you confused, bewildered at how hackable the Internet of Things is. We want to equip you to be better able to understand the implications, understand what's at stake, and to take action. So increasingly, the Internet of Things is where we live. It's in our lives. And at this time of year, I typically go home around the holidays, and I always get asked a series of questions. They've been evolving over the last few years, but it usually starts with something like this. Hey, Bo, what's the most secure operating system? I hear people talk about Windows versus Mac, or this thing called Linux that I don't really know what it is, but they've got a really cute penguin for a mascot. Which one should I be running on my home desktop? And I look at my very technologically savvy family that they're just figuring out how to use phones and getting around on those. I say, well, any of these operating systems are securable by sufficient expertise in the operator, the person using it. For you, I'd recommend something very easy to use, and then I point them to whatever they're already on, because that's the one that they're most familiar with, most comfortable with. But we have a lot of information about how to secure these things and what people can do, and a lot of the security is already built in, so they don't have to think about it. The next question is always, what's the most secure mobile device? What should I be running? Should I get an Android? Should I get a Google Android? Should I get an Apple phone? I don't understand. Help me figure this out. And I say much the same thing. The most secure device is the one that you are able to secure the best on your own, where you know the potential things that can go wrong, where you can do something about them. And again, with these devices, we have a lot of really good architectural security diagrams. We have a lot of capabilities that are built in, and we've really been equipped to be able to make those smart choices. Increasingly, I get this question. Bo, what's the most secure fridge for me to buy? I don't want those crazy adversaries knowing what I'm going to have for lunch tomorrow, how can I protect against exfiltration of my lunch data? And I say, well, you know, that's a little bit harder. We don't have all the information, but fortunately, I know a lot of people working on home IoT security, and so I can generally point people to a more securable and less securable types of devices and equipment. And so a lot of that information is also available. So we're okay there, and increasingly more okay about making the right choices, buying the right things, and being able to easily secure them in our homes and in the homes of our loved ones. Well, a few years ago was the first time I ever got asked what car is the most secure. And I go to a lot of car security conferences. I speak at car security conferences. I know people who do car security both as consultants and work full-time for automotive companies. And so I went to some of my friends and I asked them, you know, which car is the most secure? They're like, I don't really know. I can't tell you because there's just not that much information out there. And yet the consequences are really high. So the best positioned people in the world can't tell the difference between a securable car and a non-securable car. And if you looked a few years ago, you saw 2 or 3 demonstrations where people drove a car off the road just remotely connected to it, not even sitting in the passenger seat. They drove it off the road. They were able to kill the engine, cause the stereo and the air conditioning to come on full blast. And so we're entering an era where we have to think about car security. What is the cybersecurity of our vehicles? Because there may be adversaries who can take advantage of those. I think this is the one that's potentially scares me the most. It's which medical device is most secure. And here you see an implantable medical device. This is an implantable cardiac device, a pacemaker, or something that'll restart your heart if it happens to stop. And one of my friends, Dr. Marie Moe, who, when she was in her 20s, found that she needed a pacemaker. And it was an emergency situation, so she didn't have the chance to ask the doctors which pacemaker is the most secure. And that's a pretty daunting prospect to even think about. Instead, she woke up in a hospital with a device in her. And she's a security researcher, so she knows the implications of this. And so she started doing research on the types of medical devices and found that virtually all of them are insecure in some way, that adversaries could do harm. Now, fortunately, most of these devices have built-in protections to be able to prevent that. But you can't figure that out until you know way more about the device, way more about the specifics, and do your own research. Similarly, some of my other friends are diabetics. And they, being security researchers, they pulled apart their own insulin pumps to see how securable, how hackable are these things. And they found that in many cases, with some techniques that in the computer software world we knew not to use a decade ago, they were still able to compromise those devices to give what would have been a lethal dose of insulin if a patient were hooked up to it and doing that. And why is that the case? Why do we find that these systems are so riddled with vulnerabilities? One of the reasons is because anymore software and IoT devices are not written from scratch. They're assembled from component parts, right? So on the left side of this diagram, you can see lots of individual code libraries, lines of code. These are the very basic building blocks of the technology that we use. And these come from various different sources. If you're watching the news today, cybersecurity news is all about the log4j vulnerability. Well, this is a small little package that's included in a ton of devices, a ton of online systems. It's everywhere. And this one little component, which is maintained by a group of volunteers, unpaid volunteers, it has a vulnerability in it that could allow adversaries to exploit it. Well, what happens is that gets pulled into other packages. Platform developers use that, and they create systems around it. Then they pass that on upstream or downstream to equipment manufacturers. Those equipment manufacturers build this in, and silently hiding within that is a vulnerable component that could allow adversaries to impact hospitals. And so when that component exists, when there is a vulnerability in that component, oftentimes it may be included multiple times. So you don't even know where it is, even if you know that you are affected. And it can impact the entire chain of delivery, the supply chain of delivery for hospitals, for autonomous vehicles, for aerospace, and for the home Internet of Things devices. But I wanted to really drill in on this important distinction where the impacts of cybersecurity failures have a consequence to human life and public safety. And there are many differences between what we normally think of as computing technology and these IoT devices, particularly cars, medical devices, aerospace equipment, trains. First of all, the consequences are different. So the consequences are direct harm to human life. If you're riding in a car and it turns left all of a sudden, that can cause you direct harm. You don't have to wait for some chain of harms to happen that an intentional adversary must conduct. Even sometimes accidental release of certain tools could have a direct consequence. Secondly, the types of adversaries may be different. Some types of adversaries will stay away from doing direct harm to people. Some adversaries will run towards it. So you've seen recently a lot of adversaries going after hospitals to shut down the ability of these hospitals to deliver care. They do that by shutting off the laboratory systems, the radiology systems, and imaging. So now you're taking tools away from doctors. And they do that because they get a higher payout. So some adversaries are deterred by these consequences, some adversaries run towards them. The type of contexts that these devices live in. I don't know about most people in the room and watching online, but when I am in the car, I generally don't travel with an IT staff to be able to support the system that's running the multiple computers, sometimes hundreds of computers in a car, the always-on internet connections that are in a car. These devices are mobile. They don't have support staff around them. It's harder to just pull the plug if you're worried about something not working. The economics are different. So you have really tiny, inexpensive chipsets that it's hard to add security because it adds so much cost in comparison with the cost of the chipset. In addition, a lot of these devices may be millions of dollars. An MRI machine is a couple of $1 million if you want to replace it. So you can't just say, oh, this one's insecure, let's put another one in its place. The components can be different. So a lot of these are always on, always connected to the internet. Now, our mobile phones are always connected to the internet as well, but they don't have components in them that can cause physical harm. They're not hooked up to IV bags in a hospital. They're not hooked up to 2-ton vehicles that are controlled by wire. And finally, timescales are different. Some of these devices are spec'd to be in place for 10, 20, 40 years. If you go into a power plant, for instance, their return on investment for some of these systems is many, many decades long. And as long as they're serving their useful purpose, there's no reason to replace them. However, the software technology that underlies it, the hardware technology, computing hardware, has an age that's much, much shorter than that. So there's a mismatch in those timescales. In addition, the timescale on which harm can manifest is very, very short. It takes seconds rather than days or weeks to realize harm in some of these devices. So let's look at a specific example of this. This is the audience participation part. So whether you're in the audience here at the Cato Institute or whether you're at home, just shout it out to your screen. Don't worry, people will think you're a little bit nuts to talk to your computer, but these days computers talk back. So just by shouting it out, how many computers do people see in this picture right here? 3, 5, 12 maybe? Well, I made it a little bit easier to see. So I count about 7 or 8 computers, depending on how you want to break up some of these systems. That's 8 computers keeping this child alive in the natal intensive care unit. And these all equip doctors and caregivers to be able to deliver top quality care at low costs with high reliability. This is the thing that helps our modern medical system work. Now, what's the most important asset in this picture to protect? Again, just shout it out. Who thinks they know? The baby, that's right. So the patient. And what I want to get across is sometimes the approaches that we use to protecting confidentiality of data, like we usually do on computer systems, might be at odds with protecting the integrity and availability of human life. And when the assets that we want to protect are not data-driven, when they're something else, when they're less replaceable, we may have to take different approaches. So then what can we do? Well, one of the things that we can do is we can get people like myself and Daryl, the hackers, the security researcher community, and make them more a part of the solution. We are a national resource for the United States, and globally, the hackers in the country are a national resource and a global resource to help improve the lives of people through finding vulnerabilities and getting them fixed, and even better, through helping organizations avoid vulnerabilities in the first place or build better pathways. And this is an initiative that I launched a few years ago. It's called We Heart Hackers. And it was an attempt to get the US government, regulatory body, the medical device makers, and security researchers together to help address some of these common issues towards common goals that we all have and support. Second thing, I alluded to Log4j earlier on. This is the anatomy of the Log4j attack, and this is a great document published by Swiss Cert. I'm not going to step through it, but essentially what I want you to take away from this is that Log4j is deeply embedded in the supply chain. So what tools do we have to reveal what is in our supply chain, to give us visibility? There's a concept called a software bill of materials. This is the idea that just like with a piece of hardware, with a car, you have a bill of materials that tells you where each nut and washer was produced, what factory, what week it was produced, so that when there's an issue, you can really quickly track it down and get rid of it, replace it with something that is more stable and better able to operate. We can do the same thing with software. It's trivially easy in most cases when you're building software, building IoT devices, to have this software bill of materials that lets you see what's in the devices that you're making so that you can support it in future. If then you're able to pass that on to the buyers, to the operators, or to an independent third party like an information security and analysis center, then we have a way when something else like this comes out that's deeply embedded in the supply chain, we can really quickly triage and address some of the security vulnerabilities so that they cannot cause harm. So adversaries can't take advantage of that and take control of the devices that are now increasingly in our lives. We can also use procurement mechanisms, procurement vehicles, to select more secure, secureable IoT devices. And the IoT Cybersecurity Improvement Act was passed into law in 2020, signed in just at the very, very end of last year. And essentially, this equips the federal government to be better able to procure devices that are secure and securable based on industry standard benchmarks. It sends a message to the manufacturers, to the vendors, that this is what we expect from you, that this is the table stakes. And that creates incentives for people to build better systems. Things like avoiding known credentials or hard-coded credentials that can't be changed so that anyone on the internet can know what your password is. It's things like providing software updates so that when a better way is known, we can automatically deploy those. It's things like taking help from others who find flaws, who find vulnerabilities so that they can get fixed before the adversaries can know about them and take advantage of them. And then finally, building with better baselines in mind. So the UK government has put out, they call it a code of practice for consumer IoT security. And this is guidance for manufacturers to be able to build against, to sell into the UK market more easily. And they're talking about maybe doing some labeling, or maybe as many of the consumers that they talked with, having a barrier to entry to the market for the low-cost, low-hygiene devices that don't have the security that consumers already expect, to have some way to communicate that to the buying public. And with that, I will bring Daryl up onto the stage. Daryl is going to do a demo for us of hacking this webcam that he's got sitting up here. Daryl, take it over.
Thank you, Bo. Let's start by ending this show. So yeah, we have an IP-based camera here. This is kind of a common type camera. A lot of these are sold on various sales sites on the internet. I purchased this one about 2 or 3 years ago. The interesting thing about this was one of the reasons why I purchased it, beside it having vulnerabilities that I wanted to look at, was that I purchased it about 6 months after the vulnerabilities were disclosed. The purpose of that was I was interested in what level of devices, kind of that supply chain thing. When these devices are manufactured, they're produced by the millions, they go into warehouses, they can't be patched when they're in warehouses. So you have to patch them when you get home with them. So we're looking at a screen right now. This happens to be the logon screen for this device. So initially, if I'm going to hack something like this, what I want to do is try some of the default passwords. In this case, we know the default password is admin, but it pops up and says, hey, this is actually doesn't work. The password's been changed. The consumer was good enough to change the password before they deployed it. But this device has some interesting vulnerabilities. The vulnerability one of the vulnerabilities it has happens to be what's known as a direct object reference. What that means is, in spite of the fact that there's actually a logon page, if you know the URL of the website on the device that you want to get to, you can just make a request to go to it. So we got a couple here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this, see how this works. So as you see, we're able to actually get into the camera in spite of the fact that there was a logon page. This is a common vulnerability, not only on IoT devices, but on websites on the internet also. Very common issue. But as an attacker, we always want to go to the important stuff. So this device obviously has configuration pages, CGIs on it, that are used to set up and configure the device. One of them happens to be the one used for the user accounts, user passwords. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just do a direct object reference to the user configurations, and now we actually have all the accounts on the system. So instead of having to guess all the URLs, we can just pull the actual password down. Put that on the device, and hopefully if everything's good, we're actually able to get into the camera. So now we've bypassed all the security in camera because the device was nice enough to give us literally all the passwords that have been configured on the device. Besides this vulnerability, this device had a number of other vulnerabilities. One of the interesting ones was a operating system command injection. So let's jump over to that screen there and take a look at that. So if we jump over here to the logon page on this device here, again, same device, we're looking at this. We know we can get past the security on the device, but can we execute code on this? Turns out the command injection on this does not respond back within the URL window or the web browser window. Let's bring up the actual command here. So when we're looking at this, what we're looking at is the actual command IP test. So the vulnerability on the actual device is within the CGI script code is put on there. It's making a call to the operating system's ping command. This always leads to flaws on devices. Anytime there is a execute call or a system call to a device command that is part of the operating system, if it isn't properly escaped or filtered, you could possibly gain or connect commands together. And that happens to be the case here. So instead of doing an IP test or ping google.com, we're actually concatenating this command on here. And what that command says is we want you to cat or read the file etc password, we want you to pipe it to the telnet command, and at the same time, we want you to connect to an off-site system and actually pass the contents of that file to us. So let's go ahead and start up a listener, and I'm just going to use a tool called Netcat, which is kind of the Swiss Army knife for hackers. So we're going to set Netcat up to listen on port 7777. Then we'll go ahead and we will copy this over. We'll run it. And hopefully everything will work nice. This is a okay, well, it's probably good if I start Netcat. There we go. So as soon as we start Netcat up, you can see that it actually executed the command, read the password file, connected to Telnet on the device, and the Telnet connected to my machine, and it passed the contents of that file over here. So we actually passed the Linux operating system root hash password over here. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and we placed it in here. We copied it into a file, and we're going to save that file out. We're going to feed this into John the Ripper, which is a password cracker. And at this point, it should run through a list of passwords. In this case, I fed it a list of 200,000 passwords. And you can see we checked 200,000 passwords against that hash, and we got the password of cat 1029. This happened to be another flaw in the system. That password turns out to be hard-coded on the system, what we consider a hard-coded password, meaning the typical user is not going to be able to change that normally because it's hard-coded in there, and this operating system is not a writable operating system. So even if he could get in here, he couldn't alter it. So this creates a problem on this device where the device can turn around, and in many cases, this was a common problem that existed on a number of IoT devices that were part of the Myra botnet. Was this device part of it? Probably. It's a hard-coded password. So we can go ahead and telnet into the actual device. As root, and use the password cat1029. And we're actually logged on the device. You see all the stuff on it. We can check who am I. And I am actually root on this device. So there's kind of a series of vulnerabilities that are very common. The direct object reference to be able to bypass security implementations or security password screens is very common. I've used that as a pen tester. I worked for over 10 years as a pen tester. This exists everywhere, common problem. Remote command execution, being able to sync vulnerabilities into a device or code and execute it, another very common vulnerability on embedded IoT devices. We find that on a regular basis all the time. So I think this was a good demonstration. It showed some common vulnerabilities we see on these type of devices. And thank you very much.
So Daryl,
yes, sir.
Tell me, with that level of access, you could do things like get the video off of it without the owner knowing, right? And
yeah, there's a number of things. Besides being able to get access to this device and probably put my own code on it and use it as a pivot point, which is another common attack. We've used a number of times to actually vulnerable cameras like this on engagements where we've actually connected in to the camera, set up reverse shells, and we're able to pivot through camera systems into various parts of an internal company. We've done that. Also, you talk in the video. These devices may be in what we consider private areas, internal to your house. If there was a level of exposure to the internet, You took the camera and you go, hey, I want to be able to log in over the internet to the web interface and gain access to what's going on in my house through the camera directly, then yeah, this vulnerability can be used by anybody to do the exact same thing and view the contents of the videos.
And you've tested more than just webcams. You've tested medical devices, you've worked on cars, other IoT devices, a lot of other things that you did before you left the military. Are most of the IoT devices that you see, are they similarly well or poorly protected? Are there some that are more or less? What makes the difference?
I see a big mix. When I see camera devices or IoT devices that I consider white label, they're mass produced and relabeled by multiple people. You often don't have a level of accountability on those devices, and that's where I see the most vulnerabilities in those type of devices. Devices that are owned by or produced by companies that have a reputation to protect. They are a branded company. They have a brand name to protect. I see more of a proactive approach from those organizations to think about security. They're the ones going out and getting testing done on their products. They're the ones that are quickly patching the products. They're the ones that have security programs internally so researchers can actually contact them and get these issues fixed.
Excellent. Thank you, Daryl. And thank you. That's all from us. And Julian, I think you're going to go into a quick break, or are we going to keep rolling?
Yeah, no, we're just going to panel. Thank you both so much. That was fantastic and terrifying. We're just going to cut out for maybe 5 minutes while we reset the stage, and then we'll be back in, again, just about 5 minutes with our final block of flash talks at the 2021 Cato Virtual Surveillance Conference. See you soon. Welcome back to our final block of Flash Talks at the 2021 virtual Cato Surveillance Conference. First up, we are surrounded, of course, by technologies of surveillance, but the defining feature of the panopticon is that it watches you without giving you much of a chance to watch it back. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has been attempting to turn the tables somewhat with an innovative project called the Atlas of Surveillance that attempts to map the deployment of surveillance technologies around the United States. And so we are very happy to have their investigative researcher, Beryl Lipton, here to tell you about the Atlas of Surveillance.
Good afternoon. My name is Beryl Lipton. I am an investigative researcher with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and today I am here to introduce you to the Atlas of Surveillance, the largest public data set of known surveillance technologies in use by police departments all across the United States. Since 1990, the Electronic Frontier Foundation has been working to ensure that as the use of technology grows across our society, that technology is being used in a way that enhances our civil liberties and rights, and we work to protect those rights. We champion user freedom, user privacy, free expression, and innovation, and we do this through impact litigation, policy analysis, grassroots activism, and the development of technologies. The Atlas of Surveillance is an initiative of EFF's Threat Lab, where we conduct deep dive investigations into surveillance technologies, particularly those used to surveil journalists, protesters, and lots of other vulnerable communities. The use of law enforcement surveillance technology is much more widespread than a lot of people realize. It's not limited to federal agencies, and over the last 2 decades, it has expanded extensively to police departments locally and at the state level. And every day, we at EFF receive questions that fall along 2 common lines. One, what police departments have this particular technology? And also, I live in a particular place, what technologies are being used by police departments here? The people have wanted to know, and we ourselves have been very interested in having a lot of this information all in one location. And so the Atlas of Surveillance is our attempt to create that resource. It is an initiative as part of a partnership between the Electronic Frontier Foundation and the Reynolds School of Journalism at the University of Nevada, Reno. Although law enforcement surveillance technology often is used secretively, it's not always totally a secret. A lot of implementations are actually public, and their use is mentioned online. You can find mention of these technologies in news articles, from local newspapers, in press releases, from companies very pleased that they have partnerships with local police departments, in meeting minutes from city councils, in procurement records, in all sorts of promotional materials and data sets, and from public records. And you can even sometimes find evidence of their use on social media, such as here, where we have a picture of 2 officers who are clearly wearing Axon body cameras. The thing is, it's public, it's online, but it hasn't been aggregated in a way that makes sense for the average journalist or person to find easily, which is why we've built the Atlas of Surveillance. It is a searchable data set with an accompanying map that helps to visualize the extent of the surveillance state in our country. we had two primary goals with the Atlas of Surveillance. One, obviously research. We want to be able to create a resource for people who are asking these questions and interested in these issues. And we also want to continue to engage the public on these problems so that they too can feel as though there is something that can be done about the expansive use of surveillance technology, because indeed there are things that can be done to learn more about their use and to stop it if that's what seems appropriate in one's community. In the Atlas, we have about a dozen different technologies, ranging from very commonly used technologies like automated license plate readers and body-worn cameras to lesser known technologies like cell site simulators and the use across the board of face recognition and gunshot detection. And we also list real-time crime centers and fusion centers, which are entities that sort of consolidate a lot of this surveillance work that's being done by different police departments. We also cover ring partnerships, which are the partnerships that police departments have with the ring cameras that many people have just on their porches or in the fronts of their houses. Currently, we have more than 8,000 data points in the Atlas. As I mentioned, we cover about a dozen different technologies. We have entries related to more than 4,500 law enforcement agencies, and we have had an awesome 800 plus different volunteers and students and other contributors to this work. It has really been a team effort. If you visit the Atlas, you will see a map like this one, where you can see for yourself where some of these different technologies are in use. You can filter by the type of technology. You can sort by department, by city, state, and if we have the information available, you can also sort by vendor, because there are many common vendors that police departments will use to acquire these tools. Although a lot of these technologies, many of the technologies that we feature in the Atlas involve mass data collection and retention, I want to focus for a second on one of them, which is very common, automated license plate readers. ALPR, for short, rely on cameras that are either placed in a stationary location or attached to law enforcement vehicles, and they scan license plates on everyone's vehicles, whether or not those vehicles are actually involved in a crime. You may have seen them on police vehicles. You may have gotten a parking ticket because of an automated license plate reader, but you may not have known that all of these scans are stored in a database for an uncertain amount of time in a lot of cases, and that access to these data points, which create a pretty thorough map of where a particular vehicle and thus a particular person has been at any given time, access to this information is not limited to the agency that acquired that information. It's often shared also with the third-party vendor and with police departments all across the United States. To illustrate, this is an agency data sharing report that we acquired through a public records request related to a very popular ALPR system that is sold by Vigilant Solutions. This shows just a partial list of the other agencies with which the Sacramento Police Department shares its scans of license plates. It also shows the number of detections, that is scans, that have actually been conducted, which is more than 57 million, and the number of hits for license plates on a set list of license plates that have actually been involved in a crime or might be of interest to law enforcement, which is a much, much smaller number, and really helps to illustrate just how much mass collection of data is occurring without actually having any actual law enforcement purpose. We've been able to conduct this work using three primary techniques. Firstly, we crowdsource, so we have collaborated with a huge number of people, students and volunteers, who, using a tool that we've designed called Report Back, are able to get assignments, assigning them a particular technology in a particular place, and then they go off into the internet and they see what articles and public records might exist about that particular technology. I would also encourage anybody watching to visit reportback.eff.org and try one of these assignments for yourself. We also consolidate existing data sets created by other nonprofits and academic institutions so that all of this information can exist in one place. And we submit a ton of public records requests to police departments all across the country to learn more about technologies that haven't been revealed yet and to get additional details about the technologies that we do know are being used. We've gotten a little bit of recognition for this work. So recently, the Society of Professional Journalists of Northern California awarded us the James Madison Freedom of Information Award. And Indiana University has recently featured us in a traveling exhibition of different maps that use information in a way that is innovative and helps to inform the public about issues that matter to them. And that's all very cool, but much cooler for us, I believe, is to be able to serve as a resource to all of these journalists, to people in the public who have these questions, not just in the United States, but truly all across the world, because the technologies that we develop and use here are also being used in many other places. We've been able to inspire additional journalism about previously unknown implementations of particular technologies. And journalists are often able to use the Atlas in order to contextualize new adoptions of technology so that when people read about something that their town is now using, they have a sense for where else it might be in use and how these networks are growing. We're also able to inspire additional research and, importantly, action, because it's very difficult for people to sort of inform themselves and question the policy decisions that are being made about these surveillance technologies if they don't know that these surveillance technologies are actually being used. And in some cases, it's not just a sort of vague violation of our civil rights that these technologies are in use. They're actually extreme violations of the law and our civil liberties. So though we have more than 8,000 data points in the Atlas, that's just a tiny little bit of all of the instances of these technologies being adopted by police departments. There are more than 18,000 policing agencies in the United States, and we only have about a third of them in the database currently. So moving forward, we're going to be continuously adding new implementations. We're continuing to expand our volunteer opportunities, so tell your friends. We are hoping to duplicate this research in other contexts. And we're going to be adding new technologies because, unfortunately, there are far more than a dozen different surveillance technologies that law enforcement uses. So soon we'll be adding social media monitoring and other tools that we know exist. If you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out. Our email address is aos@eff.org. And again, I would encourage you to visit the Atlas of Surveillance. Thank you to the Cato Institute for this opportunity, and thank you to our audience for taking the time to engage with these issues. The matters of surveillance really do affect us all, so thank you.
Up next, being summoned from the ether to gaze down upon me like a like Richard Burton in 1984, is Patrick Eddington. Pat is a fellow here at Cato, and also deeply embedded in research on surveillance and national security espionage. And in particular, Patrick is very much committed to the aggressive use of the Freedom of Information Act, an arduous and thankless process which has recently borne some fruit in the form of documents that may shed some light on potential use of intelligence authorities to investigate non-government organizations and civil society groups. And I will let Patrick tell you what he thinks he's found in the heart of FOIA.
Julian, thanks, and my thanks to all of you there in the auditorium, as well as those of you who are watching online. You know, earlier today, we had just an absolutely outstanding presentation by Julie Mao. I think it's going to be very difficult for me to kind of beat that, but I'm going to do my best to at least stay even. You know, one of the things that we have underway here at Cato and have had since roughly April of 2019 is a fairly large Freedom of Information Act program that is designed essentially to cover the backs, if you will, of everybody else in civil society out there working on various issues. You know, Just Futures Law, Miente, and just literally hundreds, if not thousands, of other nonprofits are out there every day working on, you know, a particular set of issues where they're trying to help a given slice of America realize more of the American dream, and they should be able to do that without the government, the federal government especially, looking over their shoulder or perhaps even doing worse. So as part of this little project, as I like to call it, in April of 2019, I began sending out a series of FOIA requests to the FBI. It's not the only element of the federal government that I focus on with this research, but it does burn up the lion's share of my time simply because of the FBI's history in this particular area, but also because of the radical authorities essentially that they have that allow them to go out and engage in this kind of activity. So to that end, you know, one of the things that I like to point out to folks is that, yes, you can use FOIA to try to essentially peel back some of this stuff and figure out whether or not they're targeting your group or whatever, but there are some limitations. And I think we have to be honest about that with respect to this. Section 552C of FOIA literally does allow the government to lie essentially about whether or not they have an active investigation underway or the use of an assessment. And I'll make that distinction here shortly. And it allows them essentially to simply not disclose records. They will give you a response that'll essentially say something to the effect of no records responsive to the FOIA. And that's exactly what you will see. So when you file an initial FOIA, you may get nothing. If you were to wait a few years and file it on exactly the same organization, you might get a very different response. And when you try to basically interrogate the FBI on this particular issue, they will always use what amounts to a GLOMAR response, which is a refuse to confirm or deny whether or not they've actually used a 552C, although the Office of Information Policy, the Department of Justice, will always tell you that the invocations have been done in a completely lawful and totally above board manner. Whether that's the case or not, we don't know, because that aspect of this has never been investigated by an independent body. Stand by 1 second. Our case study here involves the National Security Archive at George Washington University. This is an organization that has been around since 1985. It is a 501c3 recognized nonprofit founded by journalists, academics, and other folks, kind of like myself, who are interested in utilizing FOIA in a very large-scale way to try to pierce this veil of secrecy behind which the FBI, DEA, ICBP, and other agencies and departments operate. It's important for me to emphasize at the outset that the National Security Archive has never had any ties to hostile intelligence services or agents of a foreign power seeking to undermine U.S. security. It has an absolutely spotless record as an American nonprofit. I filed on behalf of Cato a series of these FOIAs beginning in, as I said, in April of 2019. and there was an initial batch of roughly 76 organizations. The archive was among those. And when I got the material, I reached out to folks at the archive, their director of policy, Lauren Harper, specifically. And I said, hey, have you guys ever done a FOIA on yourselves to kind of see? And she said, well, yeah, but they told us there was nothing. And I said, boy, do I have news for you. And so working together, essentially, we were able to kind of piece together what you see now in front of you, which is a timeline, which gives you a sense of just exactly how this is unspooled over the course of the last 15 years or so. In November of 2005, the archives did in fact file a FOIA with the Bureau, looking for exactly the kind of information that I'm looking for. In other words, records that show the collection of information or monitoring or surveillance, observation, questioning, interrogation, et cetera, on the archive or those affiliated with it, as well as its users. And in January of 2006, the FBI said, no main files within the time period in question. And that's another aspect of the FBI's operating mode here, is that they almost always never do a genuinely thorough search, even when you ask for one. It literally becomes a game of 20 questions oftentimes. So not shockingly, the archive filed an appeal with the DOJ's Office of Information Policy, citing the fact that the search that the Bureau had conducted was grossly inadequate. In April of 2006, OIP acknowledged that appeal and never said another word to the archive about that appeal. So then it comes to November of 2019 when I finally get the response from the FBI, which produces about 76 records, or actually about 46 pages of records, excuse me, on the archive itself that had been previously released from another FOIA, but not to the archives itself. So somebody else was basically trying to find out some information about the archive back at that particular period of time. What the documents basically show us is that the material that we received spans from 1989 to August of 2004, and it really does show pretty clearly that the Bureau monitored the archive's activities throughout this period. Particularly, the Bureau had an interest in what the archive was doing, essentially commemorating certain Cold War milestones, particularly the Cuban Missile Crisis and some of the other events that flowed from it. And it's pretty clear to me on the basis of my examination of the records that the FBI also was involved in using some level of electronic surveillance, whether that was FISA or whether it was, another method is unclear at this point in time. I suspect it was primarily FISA because of the Cuban connection and essentially the foreign intelligence angle, which of course is exactly what would implicate the use of FISA there. It's also clear that physical surveillance was involved, and on the basis of the direct mention of envelopes that they had examined, I don't think there's any question that there was what's known as a mail cover involved. This is where the Bureau will go to the Postal Service and ask them to essentially take down the to and from data on any kind of envelope, parcel, et cetera, that is addressed to a particular target of interest to the FBI. The Bureau was clearly interested, at least in the archive, at least as early as September of 1989. And on September 14th of 1989, then Director William Sessions sent a cable classified secret to the FBI's Washington field office and a number of other offices, directing that the intelligence division within the Bureau obtain additional information regarding the archive from all the relevant privacy offices and FOIA offices within FBI and elsewhere. The very fact that the intelligence division was involved in this is another deeply troubling aspect of all of this. The archive was engaged in completely First Amendment protected activity in making the FOIA, trying to determine what the Bureau was collecting on them, and the idea that this should somehow turn into an intelligence gathering operation on the archive just on that basis is deeply troubling, to say the least. Sessions was really, I think, very on about the fact that a former Department of Justice attorney and one of their very leading FOIA gurus, a guy by the name of Quinlan Shea, had actually gone to work for the archive and was helping them, along with a former Washington Post reporter, really kind of begin to get things off the ground in terms of looking at not just DOJ, but other agencies as well. And it wasn't just those two guys that made the archive run. Tom Blanton and some other folks I know had a lot to do with that as well. I think the fact that they were so focused on Quinn Shea is former DOJ employee is very, very notable here. So was it all just a big mistake? No, I definitely think not. All the documents that we received here at Cato are the kinds of records that are routinely entered into the FBI's Central Records System, or CRS. And you're particularly going to see cables like the one that Sessions issued to the Washington field office and elsewhere that explicitly names the archives. That's going to come up immediately in any kind of search of CRS. So that's what tells me, really beyond any doubt, that they did not behave in what I would describe as a truthful manner with the archive at the time. I will have to admit, reluctantly, but I will admit that this particular section of FOIA that I mentioned, 552C, does, at least in theory, serve a relatively legitimate purpose, i.e. shielding properly predicated Bureau investigations from premature exposure. But in this case, I'm of the view that this was never a properly predicated investigation, certainly not prior to the archive's direct involvement, at least some of its personnel, in meeting with Cuban government officials or making trips to Cuba. And even then, I would seriously question whether or not that kind of activity, that monitoring, was really actually truly necessary, much less legitimate. The interactions of archive staff with Cuban government officials, I think, is really clearly, one of the big things that the Bureau was interested in. And you can make, I think, a pretty convincing case. They would certainly try to make a case at DOJ that from a foreign intelligence standpoint, they had a legitimate interest in knowing what was going on here. My counterpoint to that is that this was all above board. The archive staff, promoted these events. These are kind of the typical Washington area, and other think tanks, of course, across the country do this kind of thing too. Invite in foreign government officials or other representatives of foreign establishments, foreign organizations, to participate in events just like the one that you're watching right now. And I think the very fact that the Bureau engaged in that kind of activity with respect to the archive really does have very chilling implications for all civil society organizations that try to basically engage in what I would call is basically freedom of association activities with foreign nationals and foreign organizations. Our friends at the archive did find the ability to have at least some sense of humor about what happened here. This is what Lauren Harper, my colleague over at the archive, had to say about this. This Rosemary Award they give out is a really good one. They spend a lot of time basically looking at just exactly how bad an awful lot of organizations are at responding to FOIA. But of course, this is much closer to home for the folks at the archive. And I would absolutely second 1,000 times over the last sentence here. It's long past time for the Bureau to put its energies into effectively responding to FOIA requesters instead of surveilling them. And of course, I would go much further and say that the Bureau has no business, no legitimate business, in looking at completely First Amendment protected activities by civil society organizations. And that, as they say, is my time. Julian, back to you.
Great. Great. Thanks so much, Pat. That was fantastic and fascinating. I'm glad you were able to join us in Big Brother form for our very final talk of the 2021 Cato Surveillance Conference. We want to talk about Schrems. What's Schrems, you ask? Well, it is the extraordinarily important European case that is upsetting transatlantic relations after the European Union's High Court found that the United States was not an adequately protective data repository for the data of EU citizens, given our fairly loose rules for the surveillance of the data of foreigners. As a result, there is some question as to how transatlantic data trade can proceed with the European Union, and a fair amount of pressure to adjust our surveillance laws in some way to meet the needs of Europeans who seem not to share the American attitude that, well, privacy rights are for your own citizens, and it's all bets are off if someone had the poor taste to be born outside the United States. So on that important question, we have Lauren Sarkeesian from New America to talk about how to think about reform of surveillance law in the aftermath of Schrems II.
Thank you, Julian, and to the Cato Institute for having me today. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Sarkeesian, and I'm a senior policy counsel at New America's Open Technology Institute, or OTI for short. As Julian said, today I'm here to discuss OTI's recent paper, Strengthening Surveillance Safeguards After Schrems II, which we released earlier this year. Please bear with me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so this will likely be an especially flashy flash talk with intermittent sips of tea. But I'll just try to focus on some of the key points that we made in our report today. So as Julian just laid out, and as many of you are likely aware, in July 2020, the Court of Justice of the EU, or I'll call it the CJEU for short, invalidated the privacy shield in the Schrems II case. As a result, thousands of companies of all sizes have been left questioning and scrambling to figure out how to conduct business involving transatlantic data flows, or simply no longer are continuing that transatlantic business as a result of the decision. This applies to all sorts of transatlantic data transfers, including social media, messaging, cloud services, email, and beyond. So again, in Schrems II, the CJEU found that U.S. surveillance authorities, in particular FISA Section 702 and Executive Order 12333, do not provide an adequate level of protection for EU citizens' data, and that the United States really lacks any mechanism to allow EU citizens to seek effective redress in U.S. courts if their data has been transferred to the U.S. So again, since that decision, there's been much ambiguity around the future of digital trade between the U.S. and EU. The U.S. and EU Commission have been negotiating a successor agreement to the Privacy Shield, but have not yet announced any path forward, nor have they really released any details about the holdup or any sticking points. So in the meantime, in response to Schrems II, we at OTI put forth this report entitled Strengthening Surveillance Safeguards After Schrems II, which contains recommendations for measures that the US government can implement in the near term without congressional action. OTI has certainly long felt that reforms were needed to these authorities, broad reforms were needed, but here we focused in on some near-term reforms that can hopefully satisfy the CJEU. We certainly didn't mean to suggest that these particular measures are strictly required by the Schrems II decision, nor can really forecast that these would satisfy the CJEU, but these are some examples, and I'll get into a few of them now. So first, we at OTI felt that reforms to collection and targeting are likely to be some of the most important reforms to address the CJEU's decision in Schrems II. Reforms that would address collection and targeting practices under Section 702 and EO 12333 would limit the risk of intrusion to privacy rights for both non-US citizens and Americans, and would likely be the most effective means of protecting those rights. So in this respect, the US government should first potentially build upon Presidential Policy Directive 28, or PPD 28, by applying the 6 category use limits for bulk data collection. For applying the 6 category use limits for bulk data in PPD 28 to restrict the permitted purposes for bulk collection. So those 6 categories right now are very broad, and the government can still nonetheless collect outside of those categories. And so we could just simply restrict collection, which would be a major improvement. Next, the US government should adopt binding rules to ensure that bulk data collection is only conducted when it meets the standards of necessity and proportionality under international human rights law. The government should commit in its Section 702 targeting procedures to following the definition of foreign intelligence information under FISA that applies to US persons. So namely, that information must be necessary to the United States' ability to protect against threats, rather than just the broader relates to standard that applies for non-US persons currently. Next, the government could strengthen and narrow the standard for targeting under Section 702 from the current standard, which only requires that targeting will be reasonably likely to return foreign intelligence information related to one of the 702 certifications. The government should commit through an executive order or directive that it will not reinstate about collection under Section 702, ensuring that the NSA only collects communications that are to or from a target. Next, the government could remove the term foreign persons from the definition of foreign intelligence under Executive Order 12333 to ensure that collection is limited to information regarding foreign governments, organizations, and terrorists, rather than just any foreign individual. The government should strengthen the standard for surveillance targeting under Executive Order 12333 by, at a minimum, incorporating the Section 702 targeting standard of reasonably likely to lead to foreign intelligence. And finally, the government could require the administration really should require the government to seek and create procedures for the FISA court review of targeting decisions under Section 702, at least after the fact, or on ad hoc basis. Or sorry, I meant to say post hoc basis. Moving on, we also felt that there's a number of minimization reforms that could be helpful to satisfy the CJEU and their requirements. Minimization is, of course, the broad term that covers how the US intelligence agencies may access, use, retain, and share collected data. In this regard, the US government should adopt more robust and transparent limits on how collected information regarding specific individuals, regardless of their nationality, may be used. So again, for example, the government could restrict all use to the purposes for bulk collection in PPD 28. The government could raise the bar for queries or the searches that the intelligence community agencies use, in particular when they're seeking information about residents from foreign countries, by extending the documentation requirements to cover all queries under both Section 702 and Executive Order 12333, regardless of nationality. They could lower the default time period for retention of data under both Section 702 and 12333 to 3 years. They could require that when intelligence agency personnel actually review collected information and do not affirmatively assess it to qualify as foreign intelligence information, that they must purge that data rather than just waiting until its expiration. Next, we felt that certainly the government could improve transparency measures. We would argue that these aren't going to be enough to satisfy the CJEU, and so these should not be the sole thing that the government pursues. But certainly there are some transparency measures that could be helpful. In particular, one is that the government could disclose the categories that are the subjects of Section 702 certifications approved by the FISA court, which would thereby at least outline the scope of permitted 702 surveillance. Finally, creating meaningful redress was clearly something that the CJEU was focused upon. Targets of US surveillance under Section 702 and EO 12333, including EU citizens, but not only EU citizens, of course, lack a mechanism through which they can seek redress in US courts. The CJEU and Schrems emphasized that effective judicial redress requires that individuals are entitled to hearings before an independent and impartial tribunal. So in this regard, the government should provide a mechanism for independent judicial redress or create standing to bring challenges to surveillance practices in US courts. A number of scholars out there have created or have thought through some proposals for administrative solutions, and many of them are very creative and interesting. We feel that while they are worth considering, they may be simply helpful as a first step and could show at least good faith as we enter these negotiations. But in order to really fully meet the redress standards that the CJEU laid out, which is it's somewhat of a high bar, our assessment is really that legislation is going to be needed likely to create standing. So all in all, we're hopeful that the US and EU negotiators will include at least some of these reforms into their successor agreement. But again, a number of these will require longer-term legislative change, especially when it comes to redress. Notably, FISA Section 702 is going to be up for reauthorization in 2023, and we at OTI will likely push for many of these reforms to collection and targeting, minimization and transparency surrounding that reauthorization if they've not been addressed sooner. Hopefully, at least some of them will have been. And finally, I'll add that if you are interested in more on this subject, tomorrow OTI, along with German think tank SNV, is also releasing a follow-up report that offers more of a comparative analysis of surveillance laws and practices between the US and certain EU member states, making some broad recommendations for surveillance reforms all governments can make to better safeguard privacy rights and sort of like lift all boats. While that report does mostly include analysis of traditional foreign intelligence collection, we do delve into issues there of surrounding the loophole of law enforcement purchases of data, especially from data brokers, accordingly. And to bring this really full circle from this morning, there we make the recommendation that the legislation like the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act be enacted, which Senator Wyden discussed, I think, in the keynote first thing this morning, among other recommendations as well. Thank you all for your time. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks so much, Lauren. And what goes for her paper, I think, goes for all our Flash Talk speakers. These short talks are really meant to give you a taste of the research being done by the groups and scholars represented here. So you are already on a web page. There are links on it. You can learn about our speakers and, in many cases, go directly to the research they've discussed to learn more. And so, I hope this has been interesting enough to pique your interest to follow up and learn more about the daunting array of different aspects of contemporary surveillance in our terrifying COVID-haunted era. This has been the 2021 Virtual Cato Surveillance Conference, and with any luck, within a year, some of you watching now online will be able to join us for the 2022 Surveillance Conference with actual other human beings present. Until then, keep yourselves safe. We'll be seeing you.